do this stream yesterday, literally like an entire 5 hours review, I believe it was. It ended up being 5 hours of me discussing, like, I guess my reaction or like a review of this book. And, my idiot self did not check the audio sources properly. And so the entire 5 hours, as I went to go back and look at it, you could not hear a single word that I said. So I'm going to try again. I suppose I should give a proper introduction this time. This book, is in the public domain, so I will read selections from it every once in a while. Osamu Dazai is no longer human. Hopefully this time it won't be 5 hours because that would absolutely kill me. And it appears that I can be heard over the music in the background, so that's also wonderful. Because I intend to upload this to YouTube after I'm done, I'll just give a disclaimer. This book discusses many sensitive topics, including depression, suicide, rape, other elements such as what could be viewed as misogyny and the like. So um, obviously this is not something that is suited for younger audiences. Hopefully I properly flag this as a mature thing. Actually, let me go check that really quickly. I don't know if I can check from here, but I will try my best because maybe we can do it after I'm too bothered to do this. Oh, it's my bag. I don't know what to put. Anyway, I have my notes here for the first section. If you can even see them, whatever. But my plans for later on, whatever. Same thing that I said earlier. I only have notes for the first section, so I'm literally going to be winging it for the entire rest of the other three sections of the novel, and maybe I might only just do one section concerning the fact that I'm a bit frustrated over what happened, a bit understandably, I think. I'm still worried. I'm turning this down even more. You can't blame me. You really can't. Oh, I think it should be alright. Alrighty, let's begin. I basically to my notes are essentially just highlighted parts of this book. I apologize for the long introduction. I literally can't speak, and also I ramble a lot, so that might be a big problem. I'm skipping over the foreword or whatever given by the translator's introduction because that discusses things about the author's past and whatnot that I'm just not going to discuss from this point on. And once again, this is not a proper analysis. It is just my reactions to the book and what I've seen in it. And also, it's a bit personal, so whatever. Disclaimer, I'm alright. I just talk a lot. Alright, next. A brief synopsis, I guess. It's just, this book is somewhat like split into two narratives. The first being this one man who's investigating this man named Yozo, Yozo and his life, and because he wrote about his life, and at the beginning of the novel, he simply just describes his first three impressions of the man, really, and then at the end, we see what he sees after speaking to the people that we'll meet later on in the book. So first, I'll just begin with the Prologuer Introduction, and so, keeping simple, I will just go over my highlights. And so my first highlight deals with his first picture that he found of him when he was a very young boy. He notes something that I find quite interesting is his description of the picture. It's quite aggressive in a way. He says that when he's smiling in the picture, the child is smiling in the picture, he says that he sees an expression so freakish and at the same time so unclean and even nauseating that your impulse is to say, "What a wise and hideous little boy." And I think first I should probably mention that Although there are two different perspectives in a way, many people call this book a bit autobiographical in nature, possibly hinting at somewhat of a memoir. And so, though this is another person sort of describing this guy's life and what he sees and what he can tell about this man, in a way, it's also the author reflecting on his own life. And so, the self-critical nature that we see is a theme that's present throughout the entirety of the novel, and gives us a lot of insight into his like um, I would argue his depression and all of these other things. And so um, this critical, very harsh, even extreme reaction to picture out of these boys, um, just another insight into how he views himself, even as a child. And so basically, what he's describing is how he views this child as, even though on the outside to other outside individuals it might seem just a lovely child just smiling for a picture, he feels that when he looks at this boy's face, he feels almost horrified by the expression that he sees. And so he says that despite him having a smile on his face, when you look at it deeply, that's something that is expression is not even close to that of something that a human can make. A fake smile, a false smile. Says offers to look at his clenched fists if you want proof. No human being can smile with his fists doubled like that. And so here we have another rather dramatic or um, exaggerated reaction to what he sees. He says, no human being. This is another sort of first reference to I guess, the main narrator of this story being not human or even possibly viewing himself, I mean, in this sense, as not human. The author viewing himself as not human based on what he's done. And so in this image, this whole pretending, um, this faking human expression is what he believes makes him so not human, what makes him such almost like animal-like in the sense he likens his smile to that of a his face to that of a grinning monkey face, and also sort of first, I mean, human animal animals being viewed as something that is less than human, and then also during this period of his life, we'll see later on this pretending, except more um specific sort of pretending show that he does. He refers to it as clowning. And I was when I read this, I called to mind, read it for the second time, I suppose. I was reminded of the phrase monkeying around, which is just playing around and acting in such a childish and goofy nature, which is what he pretends to be here. And we see why that he does that, but this is we get to look into the idea that pretending to be human, he has to pretend to be human. He is not human to begin with, that sort of thing. He says, and then he looks at his next picture, and then this is in his, I believe, late teens and into his early 20s, possibly. He refers to the smile that he's putting on in this picture, merely a blank sheet, is merely a blank sheet of paper, light as a feather, and it is smiling. And he this he notes that he says that yet somehow it is not the smile of a human being. It utterly lacks substance, or perhaps the solidity of human life. Is not even a bird's weight. And so here we have first we have pretending to be human, and now we have possibly a little bit of insight into what the author thinks is making him not human, or what the narrator believes is making him not human. The idea that he lacks the human qualities that would make him be able to smile. This expression on his face is a blank, empty expression with no weight, not even a bird's weight, the solidity of human life. We'll see that his life does in fact lack quite a bit of solidity, and this affects him in many ways. I would also like to mention, I forgot to mention earlier, he keeps repeating the expression when referring at the end of each section when he describes each photograph. He says, I have never seen the first one such a child, the next one that we just um, discussed here, I've never seen such a young man, and then for the final one, I have never seen such an inscrutable face on a man. And then so I think that this once again shows another common motif that we see for the narrator, like with the narrator and his emotions throughout the entirety of the novel, the idea of being alone. And although it sort of appears a bit differently, in my opinion, from the other narrator's perspective, Rose's perspective, it still deals with the whole um, he feels alone in this sort of exclusion from being human. He's alone in this. He's the only one that's not human, and so he's sort of reestablishing this through the other character's perspective. The idea that he's never seen anyone like this. Um, I will go back a bit and then describe the final picture of him. We'll eventually see that this man, during this picture, is actually in his mid to late 20s, I believe, most likely mid, and he says that in this picture, he's not smiling anymore. There is no expression whatsoever. His face, it fails to even leave a memory, and has no individuality. And I unfortunately skipped this over in the previous section, but he's described as quite handsome in the photo before this, but now this handsome face that he used to have, or even the man looking at this photo who's confused by what he sees, has no choice but to mention. Now we see a man who has absolutely nothing in his face, and the pretending to be human that we saw earlier is no longer here. He's not does not have expression whatsoever, not even pretending to smile anymore. And um, I'd also like to go back a bit. My thoughts are a bit messed up, I guess. So unfortunately, but the title of the book, I find this translation of the title, I believe it's more common, is No Longer Human, but the more direct translation, or literal translation, maybe, is disqualified from being human. And I think, in a way, um, this the connotations of words is very important to me, and I think the connotations of the words in these two different translations sort of cast the book in a different light. And then so I think first with this no longer human, um, even though it shows that he's not a human being, it doesn't quite suggest what led to him being this way. And but this disqualified from being human definitely puts some um, emphasis on the idea that he did something to be disqualified. When you were disqualified from something, you make a mistake and you were pulled out of the game. It's a much different feel than no longer being human. You've done something wrong and you have the right taken away from you. And I think this um, self-critical, this blame that he places on himself, he's done something wrong, something's wrong with him, is although at the beginning of the novel he tries to like sort of keep that out of his head, um, eventually we do see him sort of um, coming to terms with, or even if it's not the way that he should view the situation, he comes to blame himself for what is going on and for what happens in his life. Anyways, we start with the first section, is referred to as the first notebook. I highlighted the literal first line in this notebook, the notebook being this other man, this Yozo, who was described in these pictures. The first line in this book is, Mine has been a life of much shame. And this idea of shame, of not not doing what you need to do, not fulfilling the expectations of you, and everyone being disappointed in you, this heavy shame is something that we see, that, I mean, even if we even if sometimes it fades and comes back, it's something that stuck with me quite um deeply throughout the while I was reading this. I mean, because it's the first um the first line of the book, and the narrator has already been described as sort of a not human being. This introduction has already framed our brains into believing that this guy is a monster in some ways. And so also I'd like to mention that although he describes his childhood and his middle years, this is rather than a diary or some sort of omniscient narrator character describing what is going on with different scenes. It's more like a guy going and reflecting on his life, and so to keep that in mind is very important as well. The next thing that I highlighted is that sort of he sort of frames his um point of view and how he perceives the world around him, and you can see that even as a young child, the way that he perceives the world would set him up for the, the choices that he makes and the things that he thinks later on in his life. And the first thing I highlighted is that after um, he says, when later I discovered the bridge was nothing more than a utilitarian device, I lost all interest in it. And so, as most children do, this as a child, he had a pretty active imagination, thinking the most fantastical things of the entire world around him. And then he describes many times that sort of, the idea of being grounded or forced back into reality, which once again becomes very important when he's forced to come to terms with the reality of a situation. This bridge just does not have some sort of fantastical purpose and was made to do something. It was a utilitarian device. This idea that the world is not matching up with the way that he wants it to be, and then after that, losing interest in how the world works is very important. He says, it never occurred to me that they had been invented out of practical necessity. It never occurred to him that there was some sort of need for it and that it didn't just exist, in some sort of rosy lens that he tried to like look at the world through. And although this the sort of idea of looking at things in this way is very common for children, you can see that as he is looking back on it, the although that what is being described is a genuinely like normal childhood experience and whatnot, um, because he's an adult and because of the life that he has led after this point, he's sort of the way that he describes it using the terms that he does just sort of scrubs the childlike sort of um image out of your head, which I also thought was quite interesting. He says after this revelation of human dullness stirred dark depression in him. The the realization that all the things around him that he thought were some sort of fantasy objects that he thought were had much grander purposes in his mind. Um, the idea that all of these things instead were created for some more practical purposes. He associates this practical purposeness with human dullness. And so the idea of not being satisfied by the normal conventions of things, not being satisfied, not understanding, not being able to come to terms with practicality, this is very important. These ideas, despite his age, even at his age, they stirred a dark depression in him. And so first we also have a little insight in his ability to, in my mind, sort of inflate scenarios grander. He does address this later on, but the idea that things serve practical purposes and humans create things for practical purposes and there's some sort of order or they have some sort of purpose in this way, to practice him to this extent is gives a lot of insight into his personality. And I think next, we give another part of his personality, this line, and I will read the page because there is a PDF of this, so I suppose you could go look it up and see. As seeking to please as I invariably did. This also becomes another main goal of his. In fact, I believe one of the biggest goal in his life, which sort of harms him in many ways later on, that he always sought to please the people around him. He always sought their approval. And he says that um, in his way, he says, well, for example, when he goes over to other people's houses and they put food in front of him, he always ate everything they gave him, even if it takes some effort, he says. And so this idea that he would go so far to please others, even to the point where it hurt him. Um, but we'll see quite soon, I believe, why he would go to these extremes to please the people around him. But next we'll see that he said, as a child, the most painful part of the day was unquestionably mealtime. And so we begin to see that this idea of wanting to please people so much, do things that even hurt him in a way, um, causes him so much stress and so much anxiety. And we can see it here, the time of day where he seems to have to please people the most, mealtime, is the worst part of the day for him. Next line, remember he's quite a young child at this time, and he says, on reflecting upon his childhood, he says that he's I still have no understanding of what makes human beings tick. And so this idea of here he's basically describing some more um common things like why do we need to eat, why do we need to do things, but then eventually this sort of beginning these original thoughts of I don't understand why we have to do these things or why even human beings have to do these things eventually turns into I don't understand anything at all. And um, this lack of understanding becomes very serious for him. He says that um, everyone tells him, how lucky he is on page 25 here, but he has always felt as if, well, but I've always felt as if I was suffering, were suffering in hell. And so, despite all of the possessions that he may have had, despite all of the talents or the gifts that he may have been born with, this pretending, this people pleasing that he has done for so long, that he's doing right now, at this point in time in his life, makes living completely unbearable for him. Next, he goes into the next section that I highlighted is on the same page. It says, "Can their griefs really be genuine?" He's referring to people around him, and then um, I think this is the first sort of him beginning to question the people around him and question their intentions. He says that people here they do all of these, they put on deep displays of emotion, and he says that despite all of these things, it doesn't seem that the emotions that they are displaying truly affect their entire being in the way that he feels like they should. This first, not being able to understand um, how other people view emotions and how they express them, and then how their expressions of their ideas, their actions may sort of not be in line with the way that they truly feel, or this lack of being genuine, this idea of being disgenuine, is once again the start of his suspicions. And so as he begins to think, this is a child who thinks a lot about his situation, as once again it affects his entire being. He's so deeply depressed by what he sees is going on around him. The idea of being alone in the world first is brought up here. All I feel are the assaults of apprehension and terror at the thought that I am the only one who's entirely unlike the rest. And so first he begins with this idea of being isolated from the people around him, this idea that he is unlike everyone else. It creates such a huge, intense fear in him, this huge, intense stress, which eventually turns into him hiding himself and trying to hide himself from the people around him out of fear that there will be some severe consequences if they find out that he is not human as he believes himself to be, or at least hear that he doesn't have the same emotions that the other people around him do. And so, this apprehension, this terror, although it may seem like, oh, this may be an exaggeration, the anxiety that he feels his being, to the extent where this is no exaggeration, of course. This apprehension haunts him day and night. And so here we begin. First, he he says next, this is how I happen to invent my clowning, this putting on an act. And first, when I read this over again, I liken this behavior to putting on a show, a gesture, putting on a show for a king, queen, for an audience. And he says once again that this clowning, he performed this only at the cost of excruciating efforts within. So now we have many different things that are harming him. We have first the anxiety associated with the possibility that he may be found out by the people around him, and then the excruciating efforts that it takes to keep constantly putting on this act for others. He says next that I was aware only of my own unspeakable fears and embarrassments. So next, this sort of focusing on the negative, focusing on one's flaws, focusing on one's faults, and then again being constantly being aware of the fact that as he believes that he is not like everyone else around him, this um this becomes the only thing that he can focus on. And so this inability to consider more positive things or consider more um, situations in a positive light is also incredibly important, because first we have the fact that um, he expands every feeling, every emotion, every situation to something 10 times more than it may truly be, and then the fact that he only views the negative. So now we have him only feeling negative emotions 10 times that of what they may truly be. And then next he said, before anyone realized it, I'd become an accomplished clown. This act that he put on, it was a very successful act for him. No one noticed, no one saw that he was pretending to be something else. He was successfully able to hide the fact that he didn't understand how the world worked from everybody else, and also was able to hide his true personality, his true feelings, and disguise them with this clowning behavior. He says next, um, he describes his, um, I mean, for most people, an inability to sort of defend yourself or talk back to other people, um, this lack of self confidence, this or shy behavior, um, although it was quite common for him, he seemed to believe that his inability to do so, the inability to express his beliefs to others with confidence, he says that I was obsessed with the idea that since I lacked the strength to act in accordance with this truth, I might have already been disqualified from living among human beings. The fact that every single human being seems to have the ability to somehow assert themselves in some way, and the fact that the world screaming at him, he's still unable to do so, he might have already lost the right to be human. Just simply based on this fact. So now we have like a few ideas of what he believes makes people a human being, and then of course he has none of these things. He says next he describes what he believes. This is sort of his first opinion, or in this first opinion of human beings, this first idea of the true nature of human beings, the fact of hiding ugly things deep down inside, and putting on this facade of everything being okay, or being kind or being nice. The idea that all human beings have some sort of underlying motive that is evil or cruel or unjust. He says that people normally seem to be hiding this true nature when anger makes them reveal in a flash human nature in all its horror. This is on page 28. And so first we have one aversion to the emotion anger, and so he, because I believe that this sort of perception that he develops, this perspective that he develops, this idea of his deeply is rooted in his home life. The idea that one he without a doubt was constantly influenced by other people that um held appearances and these human conventions that are extremely high level. So he doesn't understand, and then he also sees these people being angry with him for not meeting expectations and putting on this what he believes to be true human nature in full display is um another thing that he feels is very scary for him. The true being forced to um be being against this true human nature, being having to fight other human beings. He says that this nature, but he also describes that because this anger has affected him so, he doesn't really seem to believe that he has the capacity for this anger. He doesn't have these true ulterior motives. He doesn't have the same greed that human beings do. This desire to um, um, this desire to be able to fulfill one's own goals. And so he says that next, this nature might be one of the prerequisites for survival as a human being. And so the idea that if he does not somehow obtain this desire, if he somehow does not understand to be a more motivated or active person, regardless of or trying to get self or trying to obtain all of these material desires or these desires of the flesh that everyone around him seems to have. The fact that he doesn't have any of this um, makes him feel as if not only is there a possibility that he might not be human, he might not be able to survive as one as well. He says next, I have always shook with fright before human beings, unable as I was to feel the last particle of confidence in my ability to speak and act like a human being. So this idea that he can't bring himself to be able to speak to other people. He's genuinely afraid of them because he's afraid that he won't be able to put on this show for them, this show that he's trying to convince everyone that he's a human being just like them. He's afraid that eventually someone might see through it, or if he's discovered as someone that is not like the rest, that there will be some sort of grand consequence for this. And so also I'd like to sort of mention the like the you suggest like keeping this idea in mind, like what this grand consequence may be of him not being able to um prove to other individuals that he is human. What is he afraid of? What is he so afraid that they're going to do? Next, he says, this is his reasoning for why he goes to such great lengths to put on this display for everyone. He says, as long as I can make them laugh, it doesn't matter how, I'll be all right. If I succeed in that, the human beings probably won't mind it too much if I remained outside of their lives. I must avoid in what I must avoid is becoming offensive in their eyes. I shall be nothing, the wind, the sky. And so and then right immediately after this he begins to describe how this putting on a show, this display, it no longer he feels the need to not only put it on for his family, his friends, or the people around him, like the outside world. Now he has to put it on for people that he genuinely would be viewed as lower than him, these servants. This also brings with him the idea of him not being able to catch a break, him be having to not being able to put down his guard around anyone, and this fear of his of being discovered, he has no choice but to hurt himself and work hard day after day, hour after hour to do this. I'm an idiot. The teacher said that this whole him getting better at this whole clowning thing and becoming used to it despite the toll that doing this constantly and for everybody takes from him does not. And then also I'd like to introduce, although he doesn't exactly phrase it this way, he's essentially saying that he doesn't trust anyone. And so this idea that everyone could is either out to get him or could potentially be out to get him. Oh, that probably wants to go out. Okay, we're good. Alrighty, so then we have this new situation where his father is going on a trip, and his father um asks him about um friends, I don't know. His father asks him what he would like to be brought back, what he would like for him to bring back to him, for him after he returns. And so now we have where I asked like were asked you to think about or we're keeping in mind the idea that his main motivation is to please others. We come to this when asked what he wants, he can't seem to figure out, not even to like say what he wants. He can't even um, think for himself what he wants. And he says his first impulse was to answer nothing on page 30. The thought went through my mind that it didn't make any difference, that nothing was going to make him happy. And so here we have this idea that giving up the like this depression, this um being unsatisfied with living, but being so tired of living already at such a young age to the point where he desires absolutely nothing for himself because of just how unhappy he is. This is also incredibly important. And then next, he also describes his inability to sort of, even when he's upset by something, he can't even like he can't tell people that he likes something, but he also can't tell people that he's upset with something. And so this idea of going with whatever people tell him, just not being able to voice any of his true emotions is also important. He said, um, he said in either case, whether he liked something or he didn't, the idea of choosing, he was torn by an unspeakable fear. This idea that making decisions is incredibly so difficult for him that it inspires fear in him to the point where he can't even choose. He says, I hadn't the strength even to choose between two alternatives. In fact, I believe in this fact, I believe, lay one of the characteristics which in later years was to develop into a major cause of my life of shame, he says. And so I also happen to agree with this point, this idea that the idea of making a decision and having to deal with the consequences of the decision and all of these thoughts running through his mind, the idea that every decision he makes has such deep consequences for himself that he's unable to make any sort of decision. This is something that affects him throughout his entire life. And this inability to decide upsets his father. His brother tells him like, "Oh, just go get him a book." And so this, in his mind, this visually upsets his father. First, him not choosing, and then the idea that that this book was picked for him, and he didn't even wasn't able to even say a word. And so after this idea that his father became so upset with him tormented him throughout the night. He says, "What a failure." This him not pleasing his father in this one moment was ultimate failure. He lay shivering in bed because of this, and afterwards he goes. The choices was between a lion mask and a book. He goes and writes down the choice that he believes his father would be most satisfied with. He writes lion mask down in the book, and so even despite the fact that he truly would have enjoyed the book and may have even preferred it, him wanting to please his father and to not make him be mad at him, um, caused him to, not only was extreme, made him extremely fearful. This idea that he's a disappointment to his father, he's a shame. He's shame. His life has been shameful. He's a shame to the family. He's a failure. Um, Also, sort of um, comes once again is another thing that he carries with him for the rest of his life. The idea, the consequences of not making decisions, and then the consequences of each decision, and then the consequences of not making a decision. Both of these are very difficult for him. And then also now he had a choice of a good decision and a decision that he would have not been happy with. But we were introduced to the idea of him having, well, two decisions in his life, either doing what he doesn't want, um, which pains him or affects him negatively in order to please other people. And once again, pleasing other people being his main goal in order to so they don't find him out, really. And then the other choice of satisfying himself, but then dealing with the consequences of others being disappointed in him. And of course, his idea of their disappointment in him is magnified 10 times in his mind. So this whole these perceptions, these concepts, and these two main choices that he's dealing with, and then is so paralyzing for him. These ideas are so paralyzing for him that he's unable to make a decision many times in his life, and lets other people make decisions for him over time and time again, regardless of the effects and how he truly feels about them. Next, we sort of figure out what his goal is, how he wants to be perceived by other people, why he's choosing this clowning in order to sort of thwart the attention of all the other human beings. He says that his father is a respected individual, and here he describes why he doesn't want to be respected like his father. My definition, he says, of a respected man was one who had succeeded almost completely in hoodwinking people, but who was finally seen through by some omnipotent person who ruined him and made him suffer shame worse than death. Even supposing I could deceive most human beings into respecting me, one of them would know the truth, and sooner or later other human beings would learn from him. What would be the wrath and vengeance of those who realized how they had been tricked? That was a hair-raising thought. So the idea that people learning to respect him would cause all this unnecessary attention and him to him, and these high expectations of what he is as a person being shattered. This idea of this, I mean, it's mainly based on his father's situation and his experience in the work field, but it becomes his reality to the point where that he doesn't want to be respected in this way. He wants to just continue. This is his coping mechanism. His new coping mechanism is his clowning. And so here, I just thought that was extremely important for him. He says that now he describes his school life and how he went about this clowning at school and not just at home. He describes himself as a mischievous little imp. He had succeeded in appearing mischievous. I had exceeded I had succeeded in escaping from being respected. And so this idea that if he's entertaining other people, they don't they just if he makes them laugh, they won't feel the need to look deeper at who he is as a person. And he's safe now. He's been able to hide perfectly all the feelings that he's keeping inside. He'd escaped from being respected. Next, he says here, his sort of he begins to describe his perspective of humanity and also these like conventions that humans have set up that create society. Next, he says that um, the reason why he keeps all of this bottled inside is for fear of being discovered and also his distrust of every human being. He says that to appeal for help to any human being, I could expect nothing from that expedient. Supposing I complained to my father or my mother, to the police, the government, I wondered if in the end I would not be argued into silence by someone in good graces with the world, by the excuses of which the world approved. And so essentially these thoughts in his mind that he could go ask somebody for help and what would be the consequences of this not only being discovered as not human, but also in his mind that he would be forced to come to terms with the harsh, cruel reality that is societal conventions and also be questioned as to why he cannot somehow meet these expectations that society has made of every human being. Like, these are the qualities you should have as a human being. And so he says that I could go complain to all of these people, but what good would that do? I would just be the rule book of being human would be just thrown back into my face. He says next, he describes another truth of human nature that he believes. He says here, after describing some sort of the human beliefs regarding religion, he says human beings, including those who may now be deriding me, are living in mutual distrust, giving not a thought to God or anything else. It's phrased as a question, but I just read it as a sentence for in order to fit with what I'm saying. But this idea that he uses, um, that he believes that human beings use their devotion to God as a sort of way to hide themselves from the other people and their distrustful intentions, that everyone here has their nasty underlying desires, and that everyone is distrustful of another and they use God to sort of protect them from this. And so he sort of, I guess, doubts God in a way. Is this not hypocritical behavior? And I guess also in a way for him, this coping mechanism, everyone else's is religion, but for him it's this clowning that saves him. Next, he continues with this theme that all human beings cannot be trusted, or all fake. All of the things that they show everyone else is fake. And so he says human life is filled with many pure, happy, serene examples of insincerity. People trying to appear kind, trying to be nice, and deceiving everyone around them in this sort of fake act of um, human kindness. He believes that he sort of develops this idea that every human being, any sort of display of kindness and all of that is just a fake. It's just fake. It's just a false sort of cover for their true intentions. And so this not trusting human beings and their intentions is now escalated to people don't have the true capacity to actually be good. This is all every attempt to be good people is just fake. Next, then, he says, I find it difficult to understand the kind of human being who lives in, or who is sure he can live purely, happily, serenely while engaged in deceit. And so the idea that all the people around him are also living a life of lie, but no one is filled with the incredible shame, fear, and anxiety that um, paralyzes him in every single way, that they're all becoming happy with this whole facade, but this whole facade is ruining his life. The idea of having to keep this facade is ruining his life. Next, he says that he describes another event that sort of frames his perspective for the rest of his life. He describes he's actually raped by one of the servants in his house. And so here he basically describes like why he doesn't tell anybody, why he also keeps another thing on the inside of him. And first, the idea that everyone around him has a horrible like desires inside of them. He believes is a common fact for all human beings. But then on top of that, he says that the human beings around him or around me had rigorously sealed me off from the world of trust or distrust. These ideas of belief and disbelief, the ideas of um, truth and being not truthful, and all of these ideas, he was so alienated by this sort of perspective and also how everyone else seems to understand these things that he the divide was enough to make him not want to go or not even feel the need to go ask for help. He doesn't understand people's reactions to things that happen around him. And also I believe that this is another way of him saying that he doesn't understand his own reactions to situations. He doesn't understand how he believes that he should act or why he acts the way that he does, or even if he does understand, he's not sure what he should do with all of this information. And so as a result of this situation, he also develops some sort of um, I refer to it as misogyny a little bit, but it's more of a fear and extreme distrust of women, and then like a distrust of women's intentions. And so this hatred of humanity is now amplified in women as well. We have humans, which are distrustful human beings with all of these intentions and all of everybody putting on a facade. Then we have women to another level who are constantly seeking after him, seeking him out and stuff, because as we are reminded from earlier, he's viewed as a quite attractive human being. And so the fact that women are always around him, he trusts women the least. These ideas sort of also um, plunge him further into depression. He said, "A woman found in me a man who could keep a love secret." So next, we enter the second notebook in the book. You literally can't even see how unfortunate, but it appears that I will finish this. Wow. The next section that I would discuss, this next book deals with the next picture, the next phase of his life. He is now an older school student, and as we know, as you get older, your life sort of revolves more and more with school and less with your family and home life. And now he sees how this clowning and how this putting up a facade, it's going to affect him in different ways. And we'll see one thing that's quite important. But anyways, the first thing here that I highlighted is that was the kind of lazy student that I was. But I nevertheless managed, thanks to my custom antics to win popularity with my schoolmates. And so this idea of not being the perfect student, not once again not wanting to be this respected individual, but doing just enough to get by and satisfy the people around him so that he's not inspected too closely in fear of being found out, and then also winning popularity while still just doing just enough. This I'm pleasing them so that they don't bother me, but I'm also not doing too much. And so, but then also in a way, I believe that he also downplays his achievements as a school student. He says that he's doing averagely well and he was a lazy student, but all the other, um, many other accounts, as well as his own accounts of how well he did in school and how to managed to sort of keep up this facade, they all indicate that he did quite well in school. And so I believe this sort of downplaying of his own natural talents. I mean, the idea that you could try as little as you could to not try at all, really be able to do as well as he did, is quite interesting and honestly quite a talent for many people would agree with this. And so this um, self-critical behavior, but then also it being coupled with this strange sort of warped perception of how, reality and how things truly work. This combination was horrible for him as a child. He says, next we describe his first deep connection, first friendship. I mean, in some ways that he forms with another person. And so he describes this one child who um, he believes that this child was too simple to have to, for him to have to put on too much clowning, for him to, he wasn't the type of kid that would pay too much attention. But he says, I failed to recognize the need to be on my guard against him. And so, first off, this idea that he sort of took a break with a person, and then he says that he was essentially found out. His clowning was found out. He says the ensuing days after being found out, of course, were imprinted with my anxiety and dread. And so the idea that he was found out by this one person caused him so much anxiety. He truly, I mean, you can see later on, right here, I put a little laughing comment next to it because, honestly, um, not that I find the situation quite humorous. Obviously, this dread that he feels is quite serious, and but the way that I learned to find this is quite humorous is because I relate to this his experiences on such a deep level. The idea of being found out or not meeting expectations for me is like crippling, and so although I put LOL, it's truly because just of my intimacy with the topic that I can have these moments. It feels like looking back on myself. And so, anyways, he says here that he had no choice but to pray for his death. And I found that quite interesting. He says, well, next, he said, typically enough, the one thing that never occurred to me was to kill him. So I guess we'll address the first part of that statement. Um, the idea that him being found out was so severe that he felt that the only way to fix the situation was for him to die. I mean, I put LOL because that's obviously a quite extreme thing, but the emotions in his head were magnified to the extent where this is the end of the world. This is everything is coming down on me, everything that I've worked for up to this point, this pretending I've been found out and there will be consequences, consequences that he'd been fearing for his whole life. But next, he says, typically enough, this is older him reflecting on his childhood behaviors. He says, the one thing that never occurred to me was to kill him. And I think this also is, of course, is a characteristic, this inability to take action. Although it was first, um, although it first manifested in his lack of an ability to defend himself or to express himself honestly, now he's first states the fact that he's unable to do really anything at all. He's unable to um take hold of things, even though this is an extreme situation, and of course it's obviously best for him not to kill his child. Um, he says it's so typical of him to not be able to take things into his own hands and solve the problem himself. He sits here and he just prays for things to work itself out. And um, this sort of hopelessness may have stemmed from his complete belief in his own incompetence. I can't fix anything. And then later on, he sees that things don't fix themselves. And so, this being forced to deal with a harsh reality and not being able to do anything about it is a source of a lot of his hopelessness. And so, um, later on, he basically invites him to come over to go see, um, to sort of contain his reaction to what's going on. I mean, from an outsider's perspective, he's just inviting him for a play date, but he says that I've succeeded in luring Takeichi to my house as if he was luring prey into a trap for him to go and kill. But of course, we know that he does not have the um, ability in him to do anything of this sort. But this way that he phrases it was quite interesting for him. Next, we have another reference to his sort of um, fights and the struggles that he will have now and later on with the concepts of being intimate with another person and even being romantic in general. And so, the trauma that he received from that servant in his house, that female servant in his house, deeply shapes the way that he perceives romantic attraction, affection, and women in general. He says that Takaichi looks at him, of course, taking note of his good looks. He says, I bet lots of women will fall for you. He says, it was his illiterate approximation of a compliment. The idea that people falling for him is not a compliment for him. Why would he want this? He said, this, I was to learn in later years, was a kind of demoniacal prophecy. A prophecy, a demoniacal prophecy. I apologize for being unable to pronounce words properly. I only see them on paper, but I do understand them. Sorry. But anyways, more horrible than Takaichi could have realized, and so this him damning him in this way, or even him predicting the atrocities that he would experience later in his life, um, despite of course the seeming extreme his relationships with women, um, definitely basically his failures with establishing relationships or proper relationships with other individuals is also another thing that really bothers him and another thing that he really has to deal with throughout the rest of his life. He says the idea of to fall for, to be fallen for. Once these expressions put in an appearance, no matter how solemn the place, the silent cathedrals of melancholy crumble, leaving nothing but an impression of fatuousness. It's curious, but the cathedrals of melancholy are not necessarily demolished. If one can replace the vulgar, what a messy business it is to be fallen for. By the more literary, what uneasiness lies in being loved. And so, the idea that I think for him, actually, I mean, like he refers to the what in uneasiness lies in being loved. He refers to this like euphemism, the uneasiness to really, instead of the destruction of everything that really he knows, the silent cathedrals of melancholy. Um, the idea that love and being loved or whatever, all of these things for him, it's just they would destroy everything that he would know and that he believes that he knows. And so this association with women is for him, women are the catalyst for destruction, his destruction. Um, of course, the sort of perspective shifts a few ways, and I don't necessarily believe 100% in his mind that he fully blames all women for everything that happens, or even truly believes his philosophy, but this fear is so great that he has no choice but to listen to it. But then also, what uneasiness lies in being loved. And so this not dramatization, but the idea of finding anxiety in any sort of human relationships and all of these things, um, these this disbelief in other human emotions being genuine, being loved, being one of the main ones that he'll continue to see around him. And this allows him this idea that he, the idea that love is not a good thing, but rather this uneasy experience, the uneasy experience it is, what uneasiness lies in being loved, allows him to keep this construct. And despite the fact that this his experiences are somewhat unbearable for him, the it's there's of course some comfort in um what we know, and also the unknown for him, and doing things other than this coping mechanism of clowning that he's done his entire life is very frightening for him. So despite the fact that it keeps the silent cathedral of melancholy up a bit, this shying away from this vulnerability or this ingenuine emotion is also something, this idea of not wanting to truly be close with someone out of fear, and is something that's also quite important for him. He said next that also these romantic affections, he describes, he said, once inflicted, it was extremely hard to recover from such wounds. And because wounds dealt to him by women, he can't, they're so difficult for it, they're so deep, they're so difficult for him to recover from. They infect him for much longer. And so the idea that women, even though all human beings have the capacity to hurt him, the fact that women hurt him more, it says it's fuels his distrust of women. Next, he describes really what he believes separates women from the other human beings, from men. He says, I suppose one can say that women stuff themselves with far more pleasures than men. And so another reminder, the idea that um this pleasure, this want to satisfy oneself in these ways of these carnal desires of the flesh, are once again things that he can't put his head around, things he can't grasp whatsoever. And so women being people that stuff themselves with it, women being filled with these well, not rather ungodly, since he's not religious in that sense, rather, but more that these disingenuine, these disgusting emotions, that women stuff themselves with them, but then also inflict him with these wounds that he can't seem to get rid of. Both of these things is what turns him away from women, their insatiable desire. Next, again, we see a bit of a development in his clowning. It seems that he sort of develops it a bit further, but then we see sort of how he fills this emptiness in some ways, this clowning. He says that one time he was able to get such a great reaction from everyone after doing his impression. Not that the impression was, I suppose, not even that the impression was too great or anything, but just that it properly satisfied them and put them away, um, pushed them away from him in the way that he wanted them two, he said from then on, whenever Harold Lloyd, this is the character that he was impersonating, movie came to town, I went to see it and secretly studied his expressions. This putting on a facade is taken to another level, like sort of putting on a full body costume, not even putting on a mask, is just shows how committed he is to this and how important it is for him to be able to continue to do this in the future. Next, he describes another interaction that he has with one of his female cousins. She seems to be somewhat interested, not somewhat, she seems to be definitely interested in him. And so, but if, he notes her behavior as excessively emotional, and he says that he felt a certain boredom at her emotions, malady, and emptiness. This idea that she's putting on this great display, but it feels hollow to him. This show that she's putting on, and the fact that these these common characteristics of all women, he has no interest in them whatsoever. And so, of course, we have this confusion regarding behavior, then taking another step to complete just disinterest, no longer wanting to be, not wanting to deal with it. Next, we've this is in his childhood. He develops an interest in painting and rather the arts in general. He says this becomes an outlet for him. It's the only way that he's able to truly express his emotions, the emotions that he's been keeping inside his entire life. He says that the paintings that he um that appeared in front of him, even the paintings that he'll create for himself. He says the things that he saw, they did not fob people off with clowning. They did their best to depict these monsters just as they had appeared. They had dared to paint pictures of devils. These, I thought, would be my friends in the future. I was so excited I could have wept. This idea that not only painting being an outlet for him, but also being the only thing in the world where things were truly as they seem. You know, everybody else is just fading, everybody else is just pretending, everyone else is hiding these monsters inside of them. I have to watch out, I have to constantly be careful, but here they are, painted, full everything out in full display, no hiding. This was so important for him. This extreme emotion that he has not expressed up to this point. He was so excitement. He was so excited that he wept. I think this profound realization for him is incredibly important, but also this becoming something that he is so excited about, he's so interested in that it evokes this reaction from him. Um, Also becomes sort of important because now we have sort of more motivations for him. We have the motivation of pleasing others, but also this deep, deep, profound love for art. Next, he describes his own painting. He says, "Here was the true self I had so desperately hidden. I had smiled cheerfully." And so, the inner demons that he keeps inside of him, the idea that he could finally be able to put his full self on full display and through this medium that is art is um, something that one thing, of course, here that truly makes him happy. We noticed before that he felt incapable of making decisions, one because um, the consequences, potential consequences, were too much for him to think about and deal with. Then on top of that, not believing that he would ever be happy, regardless of what that he chose. Well, now we have him first experiencing what appears to be, I mean, quite honestly, happiness, and it came from art. Um, Next, he describes why he hides his paintings and does not show them to anybody, despite the fact that um, they bring him some sort of relief. He still believes that he has to put on this act in front of everybody. He says, "I disliked the thought that I might suddenly be subjected to their suspicious vigilance, when once nightmarish reality under the clowning was detected. On the other hand, I was equally afraid of that they might not recognize my true self when they saw it. Imagine that it was just some new twist on my clowning, occasion for additional snickers. This would have been most painful of all. I therefore hid the pictures in the back of my cupboard." This this idea that people once again not being uncovering his true self, but the idea that we first are introduced to the idea that being ridiculed is something that he cannot bear. He says in this, people ridiculing him, people not taking him seriously, this would have been most painful of all. But also the fact that when he finally decides to put on us to show everybody how he truly feels, the fact that he'll be ridiculed for this, not taken seriously, not believed, that's truly frightening for him. I mean, in his but in addition, this is also sort of perpetuating the idea in his mind that he's going to have to continue with this clowning for the rest of his life. Next, he describes at the beginning of his college life. He says that, well, of course, we all know that entering this period of life, people develop more of an interest in things sexual. And so, for him, with this trauma inside of him and his inability to understand all of these different convoluted emotions, he is very put off by all of this. He says the classrooms and the dormitories seemed like the dumping grounds of distorted sexual desires, and even my virtually perfected antics were of no use there. And so, first, this is the first time, I mean, outside of him being discovered by that Takaishi earlier, for, like, basically, he was able to hide his true self from everybody, but also this sort of clowning allowed everyone to consider him as a human being. This is the first time we see that this clowning, this coping mechanism, this facade of his no longer is no longer working for him. It's no longer making him seem human. It's even as perfect as he views it to be. It's no longer working. And so next, we describe he makes a friend in college, this friend known as Horiki. And so in Horiki, he sees a bit of himself. He says no less than myself, though in a different way. He was entirely removed from the activities of the human beings of the world. We were of one species, if only in that we were both disoriented. At the same time, there's a basic difference in us. He operated without being conscious of his partiality, or, for that matter, without giving any recognition to the misery of that partiality. And so we see that he somehow finds some sort of comfort in finding someone like him. And so this idea of not being alone in the world, even for someone like him who consistently isolates himself, was of course incredibly important. And also, this is one person who's exactly like him. He doesn't have to constantly put on this facade for this individual. We're both failing. We're both not human together. But then he noticed one key difference between himself and Horiki, this partiality that plagues his entire being, that infects every thought that is inside of his brain, doesn't seem to affect Horiki in the same way that he does. And so this he sort of he says that he despises him for it, but of course in some sort of way this is a bit of jealousy, a bit of jealous. He's somewhat jealous of Horiki in the sense that he's able to live the same life that I do, and he's not human the same as me, but he's somehow able to enjoy life in ways that I cannot. He says, at times I even felt ashamed of our friendship, and so he this idea that he's jealous of Horiki, in my opinion, in many ways, and like at least in one way, but then the he also views Horiki as someone that is less than he is, and someone that he just uses so that he can truly find some sort of enjoyment in life is also important for him and how he views their relationship and how he views Horiki as a person. Horiki introduces him to drinking. He says that I soon came to understand that drink, tobacco, and prostitutes were all excellent means of dissipating, even if for a few moments, my dread of human beings. I came to even to feel that if I had to sell every last possession to obtain these means of escape, it would be well worth it. This idea that now we begin here with him finding ways to run away, and so the idea that all of these diversions allow him to run away from the reality that he sees all around him that he's forced to deal with every single day. That because of course the clowning is not working in the ways that it used to anymore. He's now forced to come to the terms with the fact that now he's being integrated into human society and he's now going to have to deal with learning how to be human. And of course, he's also away from his parents, and so that sort of structure that his parents created, the decisions that his parents made for him, he's now sort of having to make decisions for himself. And as we had known previously, the decisions were paralyzing for him. He could not make these decisions. It was this idea of these responsibilities were way too much for him, too overwhelming, to the point where he is paralyzed completely. And so these things being something that he, even if for a minute, he could would allow him to be able to run away, to become honestly to become Horiki in a sense, to be able to not feel the effects of these stresses that he has in him. Next, he describes his relationship with many of different prostitutes, and of course, like this calls into question, like, wasn't didn't he hate women? Didn't he hate also things regarding sexuality? His women. The reason for this is because he says that I could never think of prostitutes as human beings or even as women, and so this idea of him thinking that they're lower beings than he is, but or rather even maybe on the same field as him, them both being less than human, them both, or at least at this point he doesn't view himself as less than human but rather not like the rest. And so possibly he, I mean, with this, the way this is phrased, it leads me to believe the fact that he believes that he's higher than these prostitutes, but the fact that he says that they seemed more like imbeciles or lunatics. It was pathetic how utterly devoid of greed they really were. And so in some ways this is a bit of self-reflection, but um, in ways that he doesn't really recognize because of course he himself is also utterly devoid of this greed. And so this him calling other people pathetic, in my view, is some also sort of him trying to deal with how incompetent he feels he is. So I just like to bring that to attention. He dogs quite a bit on these prostitutes and consistently refers to them, or at least phrases his references to them as to suggest that they're less than he is. But he sees a lot of himself in them. He says the reason why they went after him without the same sort of ulterior motives that other people have, he says, and perhaps because they felt something for me, something like an affinity for their kind, this affinity that I mentioned earlier, this being utterly devoid of greed, this this pathetic behavior, they've had this in common. But he says that because of this, these prostitutes always showed me a natural friendliness which never became oppressive. This idea before he had sorry, excuse me, he consistently expressed the idea that all humans and their when humans are being kind to you, it's really just fake, and they're trying to either get something out of you or that they're trying to get something for themselves. This selfishness, but also trying to hide their true intentions. These women didn't have this underlying greed, and so their friendliness was genuine. And so this this idea of feeling being able to trust another human being um, is something that he finds a lot of comfort in. He says that sometimes, some nights, I saw these imbecile, lunatic prostitutes with the halo of Mary, but also this idea of being kind to other human beings without wanting to get something out of it. The idea of showing kindness without having some sort of underlying motive, despite him calling these people idiots. These idiot, imbecile, lunatic, crazy idiots, he sees them as something that is higher than human beings. He sees them as godlike with the halo of Mary. Next after this, he continues to sort of escape reality with Horiki. Um, but also in a way, he still continues his whole. He's still a lady killer to everybody else, and I believe it says it somewhat here. And that in this section here, Horiki brings this up to him, much like the other man, the other boy from earlier. Takeichi brought it up to him being a lady killer. He said, "It caused me a bitterness akin to shame to have this pointed out by someone like Horiki." Once again, Horiki being less than him. At the same time, I suddenly lost all interest in prostitutes. Um, I unfortunately lack the ability to quite understand his motivations for losing all interest in prostitutes. It's possibly because um I can't go back and read. I believe it's because um someone associated with prostitution, pros, um prostituting oneself um began to reveal the qualities of being a woman, I believe. And then so at the same time that he is filled with more shame, he loses one of his um one comforts, one abilities to escape. I mean, like, it's for me, it's like alcohol allows him to escape, and these prostitutes help him receive the comfort that he had not been able to feel before because of the fact that he's constantly filled with this um anxiety. Next, he discovers more um, around him. Of course, people are becoming to enter relationships, and he's always had this sort of this sexuality around him all the time. But next, is basically he basically joins the Communist Party and um, works very hard for this Communist Party. He puts a lot of time and effort into helping them with their with whatever they needed. And he said that he was not because he truly believed in like these communist ideals, these Marxist ideals, but instead that he said irrationality. This was the reason. This was the reason for it. I found the thought faintly pleasurable, or rather, I felt at ease with it. So the idea of Marxism that these people believe. He sort of this idea of sharing everything and being kind to each other just for the sake of helping everybody live. This idea that for in order for society to truly exist and prosper, we all need to help each other. And the idea that people can and will do this, he finds this completely irrational. The idea that the entire framework of society will change to the point where people just help each other without any sort of compensation afterwards, other than the continuation of or betterment of society as a whole, the losing the internal greed, the internal desire to succeed, um, and instead having here the society believing we're all part of one idea. He believed this, of course, to be completely irrational, and so once again, despite this, him not directly mentioning this is, of course, another reference to him, in a way, sort of feeling a bit hopeless about his situation, the idea that things could possibly change, the truths of human nature that he has sort of discovered throughout his life. There's no way that this can change. It's completely irrational to believe these things. But the idea that there could be a different, that society could be different, he felt at ease. That what frightened me was the logic of the world. In it lay the foretaste of something incalculably powerful. Its mechanism was incomprehensible, and I could not possibly remain closeted in that windowless, bone-chilling room. Though outside lay the sea of irrationality, it was far more agreeable to swim in its waters until presently I drowned. And so this idea of being able to run or to be able to live in a different world or have this sort of irrational fantasies in your mind until you drown in these ideas um, is much better for him than having to live into this horrible society with all of its rules that he doesn't understand and all of these conventions that he can't seem to get a grasp of. And so this being on the outside, being not human, and being able to constantly live in this fantasy of being okay with being not human is incredibly like is sort of a dream for him also in a way, this unconscious goal that he doesn't really um use it as a motivation because, of course, he believes that he can truly not feel happiness in the corner of his mind. He's always thinking that that true happiness is not there and that I can never be happy. But this sort of momentary diversion is um, allows him to dream of it for a bit. And so next, he sort of describes, like for him, the idea of having to live a life where he would have to not only have to deal with everybody, the constant vigilance of all of these humans trying to figure him out, but then also these the excruciating need to constantly make decisions and consequences of these decisions and doing nothing but having all of these unintended consequences is so extremely unbearable for him. And now, before, of course, things, his life before was much more structured because, as a child, your life is much more structured. It's sort of this sort of test trial for how to sort of learn how to conduct yourself. And so, of course, he didn't understand any of this and wasn't able, and is clowning around because that worked for him. He had no need to understand. He could continue to fear these individuals, but now his clowning is not working, and he's forced to face reality on his own, forced to make these decisions for himself on his own. These previous, he lacks the drive to even want to better his situation, and so the fact that he'd have to consistently pretend or consistently deal with these truths that he had made that he has constructed in his head is so horrible for him that he says, "It occurred to me that prison life might actually be pleasanter than groaning away my sleepless nights in hellish dread of the realities of life as led by human beings." The idea that being locked up would somehow be better for him than being forced to live this everyday hell. Those sorts of things. And then, of course, we're brought back to his father being like a present individual in his life, despite the fact that he's now growing older and his father's influence on his life sort of decreases, but he's still, in that late teens, very early 20s stage of his life where you're still, of course, trying to figure things out. Your parents are supposed to be present in your life. And so he still maintains the goal that he must continue to please his parents, and that's or his father rather, and his father pleasing his father is his most important goal. Still exists. Next, he describes his relationship with this other woman. Her name is Suneko, and so he says here that he says, "Why, when I have forgotten her name, should I be able to remember so clearly how bad the sushi tasted?" He had sushi when he first met her or first got to know her. And so he says that her name is Juneko, but to be quite honest, he admits that he's not quite sure whether or not this is actually her name. And so, despite the fact he says that this whole this whole idea, he sort of chalks it up to the fact that he can usually remember all many different aspects, many sort of small details very with extreme clarity. He says the fact that he can't even remember her name is surely a proof of how bad the sushi was and how it chilled and distressed me. And right after he says, "I should add that even when I've been taken to restaurants famous for sushi, I've never enjoyed it much." And so they, well, in my opinion, this is sort of BS. Um, sort of either forcing yourself to believe things or forcing yourself to sort of focus on things that are less important. The idea that the sushi here that he was eating was so bad that he forgets the name of this woman that literally becomes such an important part of his life is in some ways absurd. But well, I mean, these ideas, and even though he knows that he doesn't like sushi, how is that possible that the sushi was that bad that it chilled you to the bone? Well, I mean, I can't really speculate much on that, and I don't really know what to say, but I just found that a bit strange. Next, he actually we've known that he has constantly just allowed himself to enter many different romantic and sexual relationships, just out of escaping, but also not being able to sort of say no or say yes or any of these things. Being able to do not being able to do anything other than what people expect from him and what he feels like he should do in order to please them. But here in this relationship with Suneko, he is able to sort of find a friend in her. She says when they're alone, she says, "I feel so unhappy." That I'm sure that this one phrase whispered to me would arouse my sympathy more than the longest, most painstaking account of a woman's life. It amazes and astonishes me that I have never once heard a woman make this simple statement. This woman not saying, "I feel so unhappy" in so many words, but something like a silent current of misery an inch wide flowed over the surface of her body. When I laid next to her, my body was enveloped in her current, which mingled with my own harsher current of gloom, like a withered leaf settling to rest on a stone at the bottom of a pool. I'd freed myself from fear and uneasiness. This idea that there is another person who could possibly understand the who could be a human being and could be um trying to do all of these things, the idea that there's someone else in the world that even though he feels that she's not anywhere near as unhappy as he is, the idea that he found a comrade in his unhappiness, everyone else in the world sitting there and being content with their false lives, and here we have someone who's unhappy, just like me. And the fact that she said it so plainly and so openly really obviously struck him to the point where he says that I had freed myself from fear and uneasiness. This idea that all before, of course, we had found escapes, we had found him feeling comforted by other individuals. This is the first time he says that he had truly freed himself from fear and uneasiness, and arguably, I would say that he also felt something similar when he was able to paint what he felt on the inside, but that's a different matter. Here he says that he had freed himself from fear and uneasiness. And of course, she discusses many things, and he says the next line, he said, "The night I spent with the criminal's wife," because he doesn't refer to her by her name, he says the criminal's wife, strange, obviously, but was a night of liberation and happiness. The use of so bold a word, affirmatively, without hesitation, will not, I imagine, recur in this notebook. So, one, we have the fact that in the back of his head, I mean, this is obviously just sort of he's still going back and reviewing his life. The idea that he will never, he won't describe his happiness ever again or describe any sort of happiness ever again. And he cannot remember any other time past this or very many times past this, or no, literally any other times past where he truly felt this sort of happiness and liberation is um this sort of pessimistic view is something that he maintains, but also sort of this difference. He says explicitly that it was different from just being comforted or just being able to run away. This idea of truly being able to not have to hold on to all of these facades and whatever. But in the next, after sleep cleared his mind and whatnot, he this sort of he became afraid. Essentially, he says that right afterwards that he this person that allowed him to feel this happiness, he ran away immediately. And I think in some ways he had found comfort in his unhappiness, this is the way that he has lived his entire life, this idea of not trusting other human beings, although he's hurt. It prevented him from being hurt by other individuals, or so in his mind. This sort of protection, this clowning, this pretending was his shield, his God, his divine protection. And so allowing himself to seek in this happiness and then him knowing in the back of his mind or feeling in the back of his mind that he will always be unhappy is extremely frightening for him. The idea of knowing that he can feel happiness, but also living the rest of his life feeling disappointment and sadness, just the idea of being wounded to the point of no recovery by this happiness scared him. The idea that he would find that even this happiness that he felt right now was not real in his own opinions terrified him to the point where he ran away from this as well. He said, "It frightened me, even though that I had accepted a moment's kindness. I felt I had imposed horrible bonds on myself. The fact that um the idea we learn later on that him being betrayed by his expectations of reality is something that he cannot bear or deal with. And so the thought of happiness, the one thing, like true happiness, also being another facade or a fleeting thing or something that he cannot properly attain after having tasted it for a little bit, the fact that eventually it would change into something else, another thing that he doesn't understand or can't achieve, he feels that he has now permanently like bound himself to a life of no longer seeking this happiness out of fear of it ruining him. Next, of course, he reinforces the idea that he is completely unable to take any sort of action or any sort of control over his own decisions and things that affect him directly. But anyways, he describes how this woman he goes to Neko, this um um woman that he had had these experiences with. He mentions before that he had never felt in his heart any sort of possessiveness as human greed because he lacked all the desires that human beings had. And so when the possibility of Tsuneko kissing his friend Horiki, I know this is sort of jumping to a random topic. I mean, it's not a random topic, but no context really. He says that he says that this idea of this idea of her him becoming jealous or says that she did not belong to me. It was unlikely that I would pretend to so that I would pretend to so imperious an emotion as regret, and yet I was shocked. He says that it's unlikely that I have pretended so much to be a human as to be a human that I would even gain the ability to understand their sort of or be able to put on for himself or trick himself into feeling this regret, which of course is a lot to unpack, I guess. A lot of things that you say have a lot of to unpack, so I kind of just move on from. Regardless, this idea, this regret, this wanting to hold on to a possession, this desire that he had never felt before in his life, he was shocked. And so he says, but my ardor was not positive enough for me to stop Tsuneko. I experienced an instant shock at her unhappiness. I thought, it's all over now. Then the next moment, I meekly, helplessly resigned myself. I looked from Horiki to Tsuneko. I grinned. This giving up because he's unable to try is also another thing that he says it himself that this is something that he does his entire life, his inability to make a decision and resigning himself to a fate filled with unhappiness. Sorry, this him resigning himself to his future to um, complete and total destruction is very common for him, and that also contributes to his lack of hope for himself, for his future, and for the world around him and his abilities. He grinned. Um, Next, Freaky refuses to kiss her. Once again, he's also already given up before things have started. I notice here from the way that he describes it, it seems as if he's watching this happen in front of his eyes. He's watching them kiss in front of his eyes, but really nothing has happened yet. No one has even agreed. It's just been sort of adjusted in a way. And so, um, this giving up entirely before things have started because this idea in his mind, he creates futures and realities that are so extreme and he's unable to cope with these realities, these possibilities for the future, that if he gives up before he starts, that he's unable to make a decision, he's unable to choose, he's unable to assert himself, he's unable to tell everybody what he truly feels. But next, of course, like I just said, Horiki does not kiss her, he refuses to do so, and describes her as essentially a disgusting woman. And of course, with him, he again sort of once again reestablishes completely repetitive speech, but regardless, he reestablishes this idea that Horiki is someone below him, and the fact that he could this person that he valued enough that actually being the first time that he's felt some sort of desire in his entire life, and he would um he views her so far below him. This sort of offends him in many ways. Of course, and then next, right after this, um, he just got sort of pours more of himself out into Suneko, and they sort of merge together. And so here, right afterwards, they go out to go get a meal, and so she tells him to go pay for it this time. It's an extremely cheap meal that they're having, and he does not have anything. He can't even pay for this much, and so she pays for it for him, but also sort of he says, "Is that all you have?" This um of course this disapproval is something that he states is the cause of him trying not to sort of the cause of him putting on this facade, but also once again we have this pity, this idea that someone is looking down on him, the idea that someone views him below them. It's very, he said his voice was innocent, but it cut me to the quick. This, um, despite the fact that he's consistently dogging on himself and his abilities, the fact that um, other people may view him in this way is also quite insulting for him. Next, um, he they decide to commit lover suicide here, and so he says that I mean, this humiliation that he feels, this humiliation that for me I feel is actually the one thing that he's truly afraid of, the humiliation being the worst case scenario. Um, he all of this was was sort of a last straw for him. He says it's like sort of the reason for all of this, but I mean, of course, it's obviously a combination of many different things. But he says that the humiliation was so unbearable that he was able to make a solid decision. He said that I was ready right now, right then and there. He had said that I'm going to kill myself with this woman. And so I think also it's important to notice where he's able to make decisions. This is of course a very important decision, but later on when we have other when he's forced to make or people ask him to make other very important decisions that would affect the rest of his life, truly, he's still unable to make them. So I always kept to keep note, or I would keep note in my mind of all the times where he actively makes a decision in this way, actively makes extreme decisions. So unfortunately, after this, Suneko dies in their suicide attempts, but he does not die, and he is brought back, um, nursed in a hospital, and then he is sort of he's of course disowned by his family because I mean during this time, issues surrounding mental health, um, the ideas of being crazy, all of these stigmas and misunderstandings, prejudices, and the like, lack of information just sort of also help him construct this view and also sort of explain in some ways, I suppose, the reactions of other individuals. And so he is disowned. Not he is he's disowned, but like we'll find out later on the true extent of him being disowned. But from his perspective, of course, that will have nothing to do with him. He doesn't care anymore. He's tired of them. This idea of in this moment right now, after he has failed is once again another time where he truly realizes that he doesn't care or he um, doesn't care, at least for the moment, to please other people, please the people that he'd been trying to please for quite some time. He said, all right now that he feels is he misses Suneko. He says, of all the people I had ever known, that miserable Suneko really was the only one I loved. And I think also trying to like find what in Suneko that he loved. I think um there's some things that really can't be explained, and I might be looking too deeply into literally anything and everything. I think a part of him, the idea that he could this true happiness that he found with Suneko, her ability to bring out his true happiness, this this commiseration turned into this sense of belonging. Um, her ability to make him act, to make him decide, he he truly felt that he loved her. Next, he is questioned by a policeman over what is going over his current condition. Essentially, basically, um, his situation is treated as a criminal, really, because once again, as I described, due to the time period, it is seen as if like like suicide is killing oneself. It's a crime, and so him being involved in this crime, he killed Tsuneko, or he was responsible for her death. And so to get escape out of this, he sort of um, feigns illness in some ways. Not entirely, but definitely in this situation, of course, there are going to be lasting effects for him drowning and the like. But this is him. He fakes a few coughs. But also, I made note of his description of the attorney. He says he had honest good looks, in contrast to my own alleged good looks, which, even if true, certainly are tainted with lewdness, and also tainted, of course. Paying attention to connotations, they're afflicted by this. They're somehow this um, promiscuity, but also this desire that women have for him, and the things that women see in him, this lewdness, is tainting good looks that he could possibly have. He phrases it this way: is even if I do have this, they're messed up good looks, and that all the good, but that also calls for me to like call into mind that he is unable to properly compliment himself, but also consistently thinks of the good, the bad in situations, and also compares himself to other people quite often. And when he feels he does not measure up, regardless of whether or not this is verified by other people's reactions or his own beliefs that he has constructed due to his past experiences, he's always comparing himself to others. And this um, lack of self confidence and this need to feel him feeling the need to measure up are also quite important. But he also feels that his lewdness is and somehow direct opposition to honest good looks. And so this idea that these romantic relationships, um, this this idea that sexuality is at some sort of direct opposition with being with honesty and truthfulness, I find also interesting. He's kind of the officer kind of catches him. He says, "Was that real?" And he's instantly brought back to the other time where Takeichi tells him, "You did it on purpose." This him being caught in his clowning, him being discovered. He says those were the two great disasters in a lifetime of acting. Like these simple things that, to be quite honest, did not have that deep of a effect on his life. There are many other things and many other things that have happened to him, or things that he has done or not done really, that have had a much deeper effect on his future. But this idea that in a lifetime of acting, these were the two great disasters being found out is also quite important. This is what he places his emphasis on. Next, of course, we start with the third notebook. It appears I'm going to finish this. God, Jesus. Um, third notebook, part one. Um, I suppose we'll be able to find out later on why it is separated into two parts. Of course, it's because one is longer than the rest of the sections, but also each part of these books sort of details a sort of a main overarching theme with his perception of how society, people, and himself works. And so each new section, in my opinion, sort of describes changes in this perception or changes in how he deals with it. So next, this individual flatfish, which I did not mention before because it wasn't in my notes. I obviously can't do too much. I apologize. But he said that after his suicide attempt, the change in him being flatfished was so extraordinary as to inspire me with thoughts of how contemptible, or rather, how comic, human beings are who can metamorphosize themselves as simply and effortlessly as they turn over their hands. So this idea, first he hated human beings. He didn't understand human beings for the way that they acted, them hiding their true nature, their false behaviors, and then transformed into him hating people. And then now we see him looking down on these people for hiding themselves in this way, for being able to change at the drop of a hat, for them to be able to, for their emotions to be so in deep that they can just flip them over as easy as this, but also the fact that they are not as deeply affected as he is by the things around him. They don't keep them inside the same way that he does, to the point where they can change their emotions when receiving new information or being in a new situation. And unfortunately, he keeps the same perspective. He's kept the same perspective that he developed as a child, and has yet to really truly change the way he thinks. Next, he Flatfish doesn't necessarily say anything to him about his presence in his household and him taking care of him, but our narrator here, Yozo, sort of develops what he believes um, Flatfish's um, thoughts about him are in taking care of him. He believes that Flatfish views him as not only an annoyance, he views him as a burden, really, an annoyance. He says he seemed to consider the parasite, referring to himself as a parasite, on the second floor as a simpleton, if not an outright lunatic. These this child upstairs is unable to take care of themselves. They're very simple, they're crazy. The way that they view things is different from the way that everyone else views them. And then he's also a parasite. He's not only is he it's he's doing more than just taking up space. I think more than effort, like, is referring to himself as dead weight, like sort of um you're not um he's not add it's not as if he's adding nothing to the family, but he's like negative for them. This sort of self-critical behavior, but also sort of convincing himself to believe that everyone else has this self-critical, also everyone else has the same beliefs about him that he does about himself. But once again, these things are never confirmed, but it just gives like insight into the way that he sort of constructs his reality and constructs scenarios without like verifying them, but the fear of them being verified, or the him being so sure in his own personal truths, is enough for him to convince him, to the point where it affects every decision he makes past that point. So after this, I had mentioned before that he would prefer being in prison to having to go back out and face like reality again. But then also here he says, after he's forced to go live under Flatfish's care and he's doted upon by Flatfish, Flatfish asks him, "What do you plan to do in the future?" I mean, he says, "I yearned with such desperation for freedom that I became weak and tearful." And so also this idea that when he's, despite the fact he believed prison in a way to be sort of an escape from the harshness reality, and the fact that he's now put under someone like his parents' care or whatever, and Flatfish is now questioning him on things that he does not know about himself. And he's forcing him to think about the reality that he hates so much, that he doesn't understand, that causes him so much pain. This freedom, it's in quotes, because truly the true freedom for him was being free from all of the doubts and the despair in his own mind. But this he yearned with such desperation to be alone so that he can run away from reality. He doesn't this freedom so that he can choose to run and hide and not be forced to come to terms with things that he can't fathom. Next, he describes rather Flatfish and the next conversation that Flatfish has with him, and I believe I'll discuss really what happens right afterwards. He says, he describes Flatfish's manner of speech. No, not only his The manner of speech of everybody in the world held strange, elusive complexities, intricately presented with overtones of vagueness. He said, "I have always been baffled by these precautions so strict as to be useless, and by the intensely irritating little maneuvers surrounding them. I have laughed them away with my clowning, or surrendered to them abjectly with a silent nod of the head in the attitude of defeat." And so this idea that he doesn't understand the people sort of working around topics or saying things that they don't truly mean or doing things that they don't truly mean. This is he's unable to sort of peel apart the layers and uncover people's true intentions. And so, because of that, this lack of knowledge, he often finds that because he can't sort of decipher how what people really think, he's led to make wrong decisions. But here and then he finds that his two ways of dealing with this is either clowning and making people leave him alone in some ways, or just nodding and just going with it and not being forced to do anything. But here, Flatfish presents him with a rather open-ended question. Here, he's not hit with a series of choices. Here he can't clown around or just nod his head in defeat. He's hit with an open-ended question where he's regarded to make a rather serious decision about his future. And so he says, but thanks to his intolerably prudent, circumlocucious manner of speech, I only felt irritable, and this caused the whole course of my life to be altered. And also, I think although this was a very important decision that he makes, and he sort of grasps the wrong understanding of the situation and what his options are. I mean, essentially, in some terms of speaking, we don't really know. There's no really way to know what would happen if he did other things, really, but he makes a mistake. Definitely in his eyes, in his parents' eyes, and Flatfish's eyes. But this idea that Flatfish shouldn't just give him options and tell him to pick one at the very least, or tell him what he wants him to do. He would much prefer people just tell them what they want from him so that he knows what he should do. Now Flatfish leaves this open-ended question where he has to sort of think about it, question his own desires. That it makes him irritable, and well, he blames Flatfish's manner of speech for him making the wrong decision. But of course, there are other things in here. So essentially, Flatfish just asks him about his plans for the future, and he states that he believes that he takes a sort of risk, I suppose. He says that he wants to pursue art. Once again, we understand just how important art is for him and how special it is to him. And Flatfish laughs in his face. And so a lot of people, I'm sure many artists know how um, many people, there's some sort of stigma around the profession of art. Some people don't view it as a real career. Others recognize the fact that it's not lucrative. There are many different things. And so, in this way, Flatfish thinks of it as he's still immature. He still doesn't know what he wants. He's still spouting childish nonsense, making childish decisions. And um, our narrator Yozo takes this very seriously. He This ridicule that he hated so much, he's just presented as a possible true goal for himself. A possible, if not fully fleshed out or fully deeply felt desire for himself, but this is his first time voicing his own sort of aspirations, and essentially is rejected, basically. And so, based on his current position, he believes this is a proper choice for him. But Flash, of course, laughs in his face and tells him to think about it again and tell him what happened in the morning. He said it was a laugh which enabled me to catch a glimpse of the very nature of adult life, um the absolute hell that adult life is. This idea that for him, adult life is I cannot do the things that I want to do for myself, the true things that I want are unattainable and looked down upon by other human beings. They're not an option for me. And so this depressing outlook, this laugh, him being laughed at sort of framed his whole idea of what adulthood can be. And so this sort of um continuing but more definitely more serious realization that he has come to that adult life cannot be what he wants it to be. Like he tried here basically, and is this previously, which was a bit of um lack of him being hopeful, this um every chance of every little bit of hope that he may have had left is totally shattered now, at least for the moment. But actually, so later on, he finds out that his parents that he thought had disowned him, and he was already his parents that he thought had disowned him told the Flatfish that if he decides to go back to school, that they would support the entire rest of his education, which of course is like um a great option, a great thing. But so once he finds this, he's very upset with Flatfish. She said, if you just told me to go to school and that my education would be fully financed, that I would have just done it and done what you wanted me to do. But after this, he runs away in the middle of the night, believing that he's just a burden for Flatfish and that he doesn't want to be, he doesn't want to be in that position in that house anymore, but he also doesn't want to burden him any longer. And so, of course, part of the reason why during their conversation, he said, um, Flatbush sort of lightly interjected, "What about going to school?" And he was like, "Well, that's too expensive, and I couldn't possibly ask you to do that, ask you to support me in school. You already think of me as a burden." Of course, all of these thoughts are running in his mind. And he says, "Well, if you just told me what my parents had done, if you just told me all of these things, and you had sort of honestly, if you told me what you wanted me to do, I would have done it." And so this idea that in the future, people will not always tell him what they want him to do, and that he's going to have to somehow figure out what he can't seem to figure out in his life. And the idea that him not being able to do this will also just lead to life altering, horrible decisions is super is awful for him. But also, of course, we find out later on this is not 100% ended his life, but because in his mind it has, he entirely gives up and abandons all hope of doing any sort of thing, you know? And so this whole every decision leading to some sort of life altering decision and him also being consistently unable to make the right decision, um, this this inspires a sense of dread for the future for him and also sort of makes him tell himself that he's not enough, but also that he will never be able to adjust properly to being an adult. He'll never be able to be happy in society. Next, he goes to search for Hariki, to have Hariki sort of make him feel better. I mean, either by seeing Horiki's situation, he'll make him feel better about himself, but then also sort of Horiki was the person that introduced him to things like drugs and um, getting prostitutes and all of these things. So he goes and seeks after Horiki for some any sort of comfort, really. But he mentions every once in a while he'll make some sort of acute, acute, astute observation regarding his tendencies. He says here, one of my tragic flaws is the compulsion to add some sort of embellishment to every situation, a quality which has made people sometimes call me at times a liar. But I've almost never embellished in order to bring myself any advantage. It was rather that I had a strangulating fear of that cataclysmic change in the atmosphere the instant the flow of a conversation flagged. And even when I knew that it would later turn to my disadvantage, I frequently felt obligated to add, almost inadvertently, my word of embellishment, out of a desire to please born of my usual desperate mania for service. And so we have first two different things. Him sort of constructing a false reality, but also in a way he sort of believe it's he sort of makes himself believe it. The idea that um that many people looking at him would say you're making your life like this, you think like this because of your warped perception of reality. But of course, he says that this this um unconscious ability to be able to warp situations into some negative but also grandiose situation is something that he um does, and he knows he does this, but he also can't help but do it. I don't yes. Next, of course, he discusses more on the with himself, of course, the ideas of love and people feeling romantic affections. He says about the faculty to love others. I should add that I have very strong doubts as to whether even human beings really possess this faculty. Um, Now he's just moving on to completely doubting everything that he has known, that he has created about reality, which is of course a frightening thing. The idea that all of your every building that you have built as a child just coming down suddenly is a very frightening thing. But then also before he viewed this love, this desire as an innate human quality, and now even that he questions. Do humans even really love like I thought they did? And so this escalation of his distrust of human behavior just sort of indicates his worsening situation. First, he distrusted human beings because human beings are like this, and I know they're like this. But now I don't even know what I know. I can trust nothing, not even my own self. Next, we're gonna reintroduce the idea that he is unable to properly make decisions for himself. He's unable to completely decide what he thinks is best for him because he's paralyzed by the idea of making wrong choices. He again he compares himself to Horiki, this person that we once again he thinks is less than him, but he still compares himself to this person and only notices his faults. He says, Horiki showed me that day a new aspect of his Slidor personality. This was his knowing nature. An egoism so icy, so crafty that country boy like myself could only stare with eyes open wide in amazement. He was not a simple, endlessly passive type like myself. And so he goes to Horiki, of course, to sort of be comforted in many different ways that I previously described to make him feel better about himself and also to escape from reality. And then he finds that Horiki is um, getting a job, and that Horiki is the person, one of his comrades in being not a human being, um, is is able to adapt to society and that he still hasn't been able to adapt to. Here he comes to Hori because he can't deal with reality, and he comes to Hori to comfort him about this fact for him, and he finds that another reminder of this reality in this person that he thought that was less than him is now able, even he can adjust, and now it calls him to reflect on himself and causes him to once again have hold himself in a negative light. The idea that the simple passive type that he is, but also that the things that he has are all negative traits. Next, he begins to as he sits on Horiki's couch, he begins to play with some thread on the couch, and Horiki gets mad at him for pulling the thread and essentially ruining his couch, but like on a smaller scale, of course. And he describes this anger that he directs towards him, not really angry, but just sort of stop ruining my stuff. This he describes it as a jealous possessiveness about everything in his house, down to the last cushion thread. And he glared at me, seemingly quite unembarrassed by this attitude. When I think of it, Ricky's acquaintanceship with me had cost him nothing. And so I'm going to address the first part of it, this jealous possessiveness. Of course, we described this sort of desire and these human desires, jealousy, envy, and the like, being and this possessiveness, the desire to acquire material possessions, to drown oneself in carnal desires, a very human quality. And so he refers to this as an embarrassing behavior. Is he not embarrassed by the fact that he's this possessive over all of these possessions? And this is a change from him. Um and his sort of overcompensating for the shame that he feels about himself and his situation right now, which is what I believe. He's saying, is Horiki not ashamed that he is so possessive over all of these things? And this change from not understanding human behavior to disliking human behavior to ridiculing human behavior in order to cover up his own shame that he feels on the inside. Um, we can see those transformations here. This, I mean, um, is being possessive over your belongings, and not even that possessive, not wanting things to be messed up in your house. Is that an embarrassing behavior? I mean, of course not, but he's sort of compensating for the fact that um he is or sort of rather than compensating, I misspoke. He's projecting this feeling of shame that he feels for himself onto Horiyuki to make him feel better about himself again. And then after this, we have he says that Horiki's acquaintanceship with me had cost him nothing, and so this distrust again that I told you of all that he's developing of all human beings. He didn't distrust Horiki, like he didn't like Horiki, but they were, as I said before, I keep calling them this comrades in being not human. And so he sits here and he's like, well, what if he's had these human qualities inside of him, this possessiveness, this jealous behavior? What if he had them all along? And then he begins to question. He says, well, maybe he just like everybody else is out to just satisfy their own selfish desires. And the only reason he was kind to me, the only reason that he was my companion, was because it didn't hurt him in any way. He didn't do it out of his own kindness, out of his own desire to be friends with him. He did it because why not, sort of thing. And so this sort of transition from I um to even Horiki, even he is not my friend anymore. And of course, this transformation came as a result of the fact that Horiki is sort of putting himself together in a way, or trying to put his own life together, and he feels betrayed by this. The Horiki that he had come to escape reality, and yet another reminder of the reality that he hated. And then so next, after this, he sort of this the idea that Horiki is doing better in life than him, or that Horiki has been able to grasp what he needs to do to better himself, it sort of obviously has depressed him quite a bit and caused him to feel shame about his own behavior, his own decisions, and his own inability to do anything for himself. And so Flatfish does a few things for him first. I mean, Flatfish, I apologize. Horiki kind of does a few things for him goes to the as he is with them. First, he contacts Flatfish that he's run away, and next, he sort of sets up a job or helps him get a job as a artist, which of course is what he had wanted previously, but now it feels a bit like an afterthought in some ways. Um, I don't know how to quite describe it. It's just not the way that he probably wanted it to happen, or not what he envisioned for himself. Just drawing comics on a page, and that next, this woman essentially decides that she is going to marry Yozo. And Yozo does not say anything about this. He does not say, I will marry you, or no, I will not marry you. He goes, this is the language that he uses to describe the meeting that happened between Flatfish, this woman that wanted to marry him, and Horiki regarding the situation. He says, it was concluded that all relations between me and my family were to be broken, and that I was to live with Shizuko as man and wife. Not um we decided, and not even that they decided. It was more like it was decided. This happened to me, and this consistent things constantly just happening to him, and him maintaining that passive behavior is, we see this once again. But also, this is obviously a very large decision, and so, but the idea of this affecting his life doesn't bother him enough to the point. We see that nothing bothered him to the point that he acted with Tsuneko in that bar, and that Tsuneko was gonna go kiss Horiki, despite the emotions that he felt. It wasn't enough to make him act. Him, this big major life decision essentially being made without him, and he still isn't even acting. Um, this this idea that he's unable to act is um I mean, for me, of course, it's not really strange. I completely sympathize, which is probably why I'm this interested enough to speak for hours about it. But it's certainly something that affects him very negatively. Next, he honestly does not enjoy his marriage to Jackie, or the idea that he's going to have to be in this committed relationship with her. She has a little daughter. She eventually starts call, not he has a daughter. Sorry. This woman that he marries, Shizuku, has a daughter named Shigeko, and Shigeko calls him daddy and all of these things. But one day, Shigeko asks that, she says, "Daddy, is it true that God will grant you anything if you prayed for it?" Then I thought that I, for one, would like to make such a prayer. He says, "Oh, vouchsafe unto me a will of ice. Acquaint me with the true natures of human beings. Is it not a sin for a man to push aside his fellow? Vouchsafe unto me a mask of anger." And so, anger sort of, well, there's many different things here. Vouchsafe unto me a will of ice. This sort of, um, not this passive flow that he's been doing all throughout his life. It's just going with the flow of what other people want for him. He said, "Vouchsafe unto me a will of ice, that acquaint me with the true nature of human beings." And so this whole idea of him having this whole idea of the many truths that um regarding the nature of human beings and their behavior, he says that despite the fact that this acquainting with the true natures is not rather asking for an understanding of the behavior, but not an understanding of the behavior of what he's been sort of doing his entire life, sort of trying to figure out why people do things, but rather sort of making him another one of those blissfully unaware individuals, making him just like everybody else who does not is not bothered by these realities. The next vouchsafe unto me a mask of anger. I believe this anger is sort of an epithet. Is an epithet proper word in this scenario? I'm not quite sure. It's sort of this sort of one word that sort of represents this entire the dark side of humanity, rather the fire hot desires of them. This anger representing their true, deepest, darkest beliefs. Once again, um, anger, he says, revealed the when he was back as a child, he said that anger revealed people's true natures that they had been hiding with their fake happiness and their fake nice emotions. He said, "Vouchsafe unto me a mask of anger." And so this whole he wishes not only just to understand, I think he believes in some way that he's sort of cracking the code. And I think honestly, it's not as if he's not. He's sort of these understandings are sort of a bit of a comfort for him, but he just would rather just be done with this, be done with the struggle, and just be forced to fit in. He says that Shigeko in response to what Shigeko had said to him about God listening to prayers, he says that he's sure that yes, I'm sure he'll grant Shigeko anything she wants, but I don't suppose Daddy has a chance. And she says, "Why?" He said that he's frightened even by God. He does not say this to Shigeko. This is the most inappropriate discourse to have with a child. But he says, "I could not believe in his love, only in his punishment. Faith that I felt was the act of facing the tribunal of justice with one's head bowed to receive the scourge of God. I could believe in hell, but it was impossible for me to believe in the existence of heaven." And so there's, I guess, two parts of this. First, the idea that, um, well, I guess a few parts. For one, he says that Shigeko will be granted the mercy of God, but of course he will be damned to hell. But the idea is that this heaven exists for everybody else. The illusion of happiness exists for everybody else, but me, all that exists for me is a future of misery and a present of misery, and that um, he says that he's frightened even by God. He couldn't even imagine that this idea that humans um, are not the only people to have these to be able to fake this friendliness, to be able to fake um, these inner desires, the idea that the only people that he can't trust are human beings, but eventually the only person that the person that he trusted or he thought he could trust, Horiki, was disappointed. Flatfish, in some ways, disappointed him, and all of these things. These trust that he when he places trust in people, he's consistently disappointed to the point where even a non-human, we have God here, someone that I mean, even he, of course, recognizes someone with abilities greater than that of humans, someone who's not human, someone that is above humanity. He can't even trust God and God's intentions and God's will. And so for him, he believes that even after death, he's not even in this life. He's forced to live in everlasting hell. He believes that even after death, there's no chance of heaven for him. There's no chance in heaven him during life, after life, at all. He's cursed to a life and death and an eternal being of just pure unhappiness. He said, but then she asks him, why haven't you a chance? He responds, because I disobeyed with what my father told me. She says, did you? But everybody says you're so nice, he responds. That's because I deceived them. First off, the idea that the only reason that he believes that the only reason that anyone has ever approved of him in his entire life is because um, he has lied to them, that he has sort of put up this little facade of being a human just like them, and not only just any sort of human, like a good, upstanding member of society. And later on, we'll learn that for him, being an upstanding member of society means um, acting in accordance with all of the laws and structure that has been established by human beings. But then also, when asked why he can't, why God wouldn't allow him into heaven, he says because he disobeyed what his father told him. And so once again, I told you to consider right from the very beginning of his motivations, what truly motivates him to act. And so throughout his entire life, we've seen the, the need to please other people being his main motivation to do anything or to even want to do anything. And so this whole, my apologies, this whole, but more specifically his father, because he disappointed his father. He listened to what his father did, listened to what his father's expectations is. He conformed to what his father's desires for him were. And the point where this whole idea of making everybody happy with him sort of in a way was making his father happy with him, because also we noticed that his father sort of even from as a child, his father represented what he was a pure representation of what reality was. And so in a sense for him, satisfying his father was him being able to become or um, make everyone believe that he's an appropriate human being. And so, although this half truth here, maybe lying to himself, all these different ideas, but this for me, I believe it's a half truth in the sense that um, he truly even right now in his age or whatever is pleasing his father is his main goal. This whole finding happiness um, has taken a back seat because no one can tell him how to do this, and he doesn't believe that he can ever be happy. So this, at the very least, I'm not going to be a disappointment. I'm not going to have people pity me. Is also mine, and of course, this is all not him wanting to satisfy people because he feels that he likes when people are proud of him. It's rather more of a self-preservation sort of a thing. And that's also important. And yes, yes. Next, Haruki comes and visits him. Now he's sort of built a life for himself as a small comics illustrator. Um, Although he's rather successful in this. However, of course, he downplays his success in many ways, and of course, here Haruki rolls up quite, obviously jealous of him because although um although the author never acknowledges them, we as a reader can still find evidences of his abilities, talents, or things that he was born with that would give him sort of some sort of edge or whatever. This he brings up, he says Porky's first word to him is a lady killer home, that despite all these things, he's still this handsome guy that women fawn over. And he's this talented artist that, despite his lack of experience, was able to take up a pretty steady career as a comic artist. But of course, this is downplayed. But Jorge's jealousy here once again confirms suspicion that this, however he might frame his life, um, it is. Of course, I'm not gonna say it's not as horrible as it is. Once again, I have complete experience with this idea. The idea that having all of these things is not what makes a person happy or successful or anything. Having being attractive, being intelligent, having things easy, being able to succeed without much effort, being able to do all of these things, being able to obtain the things when having these things handed to him is great, great gifts, but the the inability to make oneself happy or to find happiness or to see positivity in anything is such a crippling um distortion of reality that it's near impossible to get out of, especially if you've built it up for your entire life, much like he and I have. And so that's why, although I was going to say like he has many things for people to be jealous of, um, he doesn't look at them because he can't look at them because I have all of these things, but at the end of the day, I can still get grasp the main thing in life that lets everyone else be happy. But anyway, Horky comes and basically insults him and tries to like out of jealousy like downplays his successes a little bit, which of course it's not as if this man is boasting because he doesn't necessarily have the capacity to boast, but this success is just not, it's not invisible success. He can see it. Um he says that your comic strips are getting quite a reputation, aren't they? There's no competing with amateurs. They're so foolhardy they don't know when to be afraid. But don't get overconfident. Your composition is still not worth a damn. And he discussed, said after this, this is Yozo, he dared act the part of master to me. I felt my usual empty tremor of anguish at the thought. I can imagine the expression on his face if I showed him my ghost pictures. But I protested and said, he said out loud, don't say such things, it'll make me cry. And so this is sort of giving Horiki what he wants. But he can sense the fact that Horiki has come to him to sort of make himself feel better. And so he um um perceives these hidden intentions, which is actually quite interesting because before he was completely unable to perceive the true intentions of human beings, but here he's essentially able to do so. This him coming and trying to get a reaction out of Yozo that would make him feel better. And so Yozo, of course, completely unable to defend himself, but also feeling the intense desire to always live up to the expectations of what other people want him from him, to always do what everyone else wants from him, regardless of how it turns out for him. He says he reacts in this way. He says, but also we have him once again, this idea that he is aware of the fact that he can do so much and that he has such talents, but just can't his limitations, his perceived limitations, prevent him from realizing any sort of potential. Haruki continues, he continues rather, just enough talent to get along. I really had to smile at that. Imagine saying I had enough talent to get along. It occurred to me that a man like myself, who dreads human beings, shuns and deceives them, might on the surface seem strikingly like another man who reveres the clever, worldly wise rules for success embodied in the proverb, "Let sleeping dogs lie." It is not true that no two human beings understand anything whatsoever about each other, that those who consider themselves bosom friends may be utterly mistaken about their fellow, and, failing to realize this sad truth through a lifetime, weep when they read in a newspaper about his death. This idea that him sort of believing that he's seeing Horiko's true nature all of a sudden, the idea that Horiki was just using him to make him feel better about himself. Um, Not even that. Before it was, or he might have just been with me because there was nothing to lose. But now he's actually just been using me all along as something to make him feel better about himself. That's what he thinks. That's what he views me as. This sort of another human truth he believes that he has uncovered. And anyways, then Horky continues on. He says, "You must stop your fooling around with women. You've gone far enough. Society won't stand for it anymore." This is all in his Yozo's head, of course. What, I wondered. I mean, not Horiki saying this to him. Horiki did indeed say this to him, but of course his reaction to it he keeps inside. He says, "What, I wondered, did he mean by society? The plural of human beings? Where was the substance of this thing called society?" I'd spent my whole life thinking that society must certainly be something powerful, harsh, and severe, but to hear Horiki talk made the words, "Don't you mean yourself?" come to the tip of my tongue. But I had held the words back, reluctant to anger him. Still reluctant to anger him. He says, this is another truth, I guess. What he's thinking in his head. Society won't stand for it. It's not society. You're the one that won't stand for it, right? If you do such a thing, society will make you suffer for it. But it's not society. It's you, isn't it? Before you know it, you'll be ostracized by society. It's not society. You're going to do the ostracizing, won't you? And said words of every kind went flitting through my head. Know thy particular fierceness, thy knavery, cunning, and witchcraft. What I said, however, as I wiped the perspiration from my face, the handkerchief was merely, "You've put me in a cold sweat." I smiled. From then on, I came to hold, almost as a philosophical conviction, the belief, what is society but an individual? And so again, this is almost like a lot of the realizations that he had are like so close but no cigar sort of things, like sort of understanding the principle but unable to come to the proper conclusions, I guess. This is just my perception in some ways from my personal experiences, but rather this is his another first step. The idea that and he's been making a lot of first steps recently, but this is another step forward. The idea that he the opinions of his father, which again I have this idea in my head, of course. I mean it's probably a very reasonable theory, or not even a theory at this point, the idea that he viewed his father as society, or rather a proper representation of the ideals of society, and that this satisfying father was the same as satisfying society. He's now coming to the realization that everyone is sort of pushing their own individual agendas, and just that the idea of navigating through society is navigating through these um, everyone sort of being out from themselves for themselves and doing what they want to make themselves feel better, or doing things out of not because society there's some grander rules of society, but doing things out of some selfish desires, selfish, not necessarily 100, but being negative, of course, from um, our main character here, Yozo's perspective. This is most definitely a negative thing, but as I'm talking about these selfish desires, I just mean desires with consequences that only benefit the self, rather. Of course, um, again, we come to the idea if is being selfish or acting selfishly entirely a bad thing, And for Horiki, he begins to also consider this whole idea that if everyone is selfish, why why was it that I thought that I didn't have to be selfish as well? I thought that me not being selfish was me satisfying the demands of society, but it seems that the demands of society, the demands that I've been feeling, the things that I thought were much larger, my father's own wishes for me, I thought that was what society wanted for me, but now I'm sort of just realizing that everyone is sort of pushing their own personal goals. What have I been doing all of this time? What have I been so afraid of? You know, Horiki expressing his disapproval of him. This is his first time where he properly contemplates what would actually happen if I didn't do what you wanted me to do. He thought, it'd just be you that would be upset with me. What I thought was the entire world ostracizing me for the rest of my life is really just one person. And so this shift I think is quite important and quite profound. But of course, um, because because of his life, his experiences, they're not just going to all go away with one simple realization. He approaches it improperly, but it's still an important realization. The making mistakes is not a fatal, it's not a life sentence, but whatever, I'm rambling again. He enters the room with Shigeko and he decides that he says, from this moment on, from the moment I suspected that society might be an individual, I was able to act more in accordance with my own inclinations. He now begins to sort of drown himself in personal desires. And I think I brought this up last time I did this when you literally couldn't even hear me, for shame. But the idea that the secret to survival that he has yet to realize has something. I mean, obviously, I don't know the secrets of the world. I'm sitting here doing the same that he does, writing things down and thinking to myself in order to sort of put together things I don't understand. But this idea that I think in my head there's some sort of balance, and the fact that he is unable to find a balance because when he internalizes an idea, it's like this either works or it doesn't work. The clowning um, was based on one idea of how humans operated, and then every sort of change in his behavior was the result of a new perception, a new changed perception of reality. And so the idea that he isn't putting it all together um, because I mean, simply he's still learning to live. I mean, at this point, it seems as if he's gone through an entire lifetime, to be quite honest. But we'll find later on he hasn't even lived for much longer. Much for very long. At this point, he's early 20s, a life not ruined, a life not even fully experienced, and but he feels as if in order to live in any way, he needs to figure something out. Mm, Regardless, this whole like learning thing, because everything is so life and death, this whole learning process and making mistakes doesn't exist. Um, Next, well, essentially, he drowns himself in all of the things that he has come to enjoy, such as alcohol and other things, and sort of neglects the things, sort of like a balance between doing what is necessary and doing what is wanted, but then also sort of understanding um, the proper I keep wanting to say conclusions, but the proper effects, I've used this word many, many times. The proper consequences, there we are. The actual real consequences of his actions, his inability to fully contextualize his position in the world and for himself is like, um, harms himself many times. But anyways, he drowns himself in drugs and alcohol, and we only, of course, see things from his perspective truly, unless someone else makes a comment. But he basically mentions that his entire condition is just completely deteriorating as a result of this decision, these decisions. He comes home drunk. Um, he says to his wife, Shizuko, Shizuko, yeah, Shizuko. My apologies. He said, "The more I look at you, the funnier your face seems. Do you know that I get inspiration from my cartoons from looking at your face when you're asleep?" He responds, "What about you when you sleep?" look like an old man, a man of 40. Next, it's all your fault. You drained me dry. Man's life is like a flowing river. What is it a pet over? Oh, the river bank, a willow tree. She says, hurry to bed and stop making such a racket. Would you like something to eat? She was quite calm. She didn't take me seriously. And he continues going on with these ideas and sort of his decision that he is just going to no longer a fight, at least, I mean, internally, obviously, internally fight the flow of reality. He's just going to go with the flow and do whatever he wants to do because, things keep going on regardless of whether or not I make decisions or not. So I'm just going to do whatever I want, which, I mean, I unfortunately made that same decision not that long ago, but, of course, things turned out differently for me, but I might explain it later. I don't know. But anyways, I translated this poem. I don't speak French. I tried my best. Whatever. It says, and then he says this is a pretty good idea of his daily routine. He says, and then you start again the next day, the same way you did yesterday, with which is to avoid great barbaric joys as well as great pain, like a toad avoiding a pebble in its path. He says, when I first read in translation these verses by God Charles Crow, I blushed until my face burned. The toad. That is what I was, a toad. It was not a question of whether or not society tolerated me, whether or not it ostracized me. I was an animal lower than a dog, lower than a cat, a toad. I sluggishly moved, that's all. And so the idea, this, um, him sort of coming to terms, this is not to suggest that he's incompetent, but in his head, he's always constantly been considering the idea and keeping the idea turning around. But it might be him who's the bad one, who's the wrong one, who's the odd one out. And so this idea that, well, at first, of course, he was just outside of the group. He was outside of the group that is humanity. But now, um, despite his best attempts to sort of act as if this whole idea that there's a possibility something could be wrong with him, that he could be the one that is less than all human beings, is he sort of discredited the idea. It came up a few times in his mind, but he sort of managed to keep it at bay. But here he sort of this sort of he's entirely given up essentially. And so he's given up this whole trying to change himself. He's just 100% settled in. I can't do anything. I'm not good for anything. I'm a human being lower. I'm lower than any human being. I'm less than human. And that's why this is happening. Um, this sort of, once again, I can't change my situation. Not in this whole, I'm trying to figure out how I could possibly obtain happiness. There's no way that I can obtain happiness when I'm still suffering. So I'm still trying to get a way out of this suffering, or at least minimize the suffering to I can't even avoid suffering. And because I'm less than human, a toad like me can't try and be more than it is. This complete and utterly, complete and utter despair of totally giving up, complete void of hope. Here, and to sort of spiral into further depression and further into depression, um, this more and more outward acknowledgement of his self-critical um, feelings, he decides to leave Shigeko and Shizuko. Um, he says, they were happy, the two of them. I've been a fool to come between them. I might destroy them both if I were not careful. A humble happiness. A good mother and child. God, I thought, if you listen to the prayers of people like myself, grant me happiness once, only once in my lifetime will be enough. Hear my prayer. And of course, once again, um, well, there's many different things to acknowledge in this. They were happy, the two of them. I was a fool to come between them, very much reminiscent of his feelings when he was with Flatfish. Him coming up in his own mind, coming to the conclusion in his own mind that he is somehow a burden without even properly confirming it. I mean, out of a somewhat understandable, at least for myself, fear that he might truly be told that he is a burden, like a confirmation of what he has always felt in his heart is, of course, worse than just thinking it. And then this idea that he can somehow destroy their happiness, um, that he needs to remove himself because there's not only well, they'll be better off without him. He's nothing but a burden, and but being more than a burden, destroying what people have, being more than just dead weight, just like pulling people in the opposite direction, sort of thing. And I discussed this a little bit in my last section, the idea that depression is so heavy that it circles back around to almost a self-centeredness, the idea that which is also where I'd like to bring it up. Of course, no um, um, experience in the practice of psychiatry. I'm literally just a person who's literally way too much obsessed with myself, my own emotions, and everyone else's. I came across the idea of, if my voice will return, I came across the idea of, not the idea, I came across the concept of psychotic depression, which is, of course, um, self-diagnosis. Oops. Um, I've been diagnosed with depression, but I also believe in this, that I probably do have this, the idea that every action that you create, like you're so far down on himself that he believes that every action that he has will have such a profound negative effect that he's permanently paralyzed by this. And so this whole thing where like if Flatfish was to completely um go under some introspection to actually consider his feelings about our narrator Yozo, and if we were to go ask Shigeko and Shizuko whether or not they were bothered by his presence, the extent that he feels that he is a burden is just not reality, but this perception of reality. People ask like, what's the difference between this psychotic, these delusions, the difference between this um schizophrenia, the idea that schizophrenia has delusions of grandiose people. Everyone is after me because I'm such an amazing, I'm so special, but here everybody's after me because I'm such a horrible person and nothing goes the way that I want to and I can only do bad things. This false construct that he lives by. And then of course once the idea that he wants God to grant him um happiness if not once. And if we look back first at his relationship with Shizuko, and then of course him discovering art. Those were both moments where he did find happiness, but he is unable to acknowledge this. I mean, obviously he's given up on um, prolonged happiness, but now at this point, as you said, completely he's only able to focus on the negative and the fact that he's already seemed to have forgotten what has happened in the past. Then he leaves and then continues on his path of self-destruction. Um, and then he comes to a separate realization. He says, I gradually came to relax my vigilance towards the world. I came to think that it was not such a dreadful place. My feelings of panic had been molded by the unholy fear aroused in me by such superstitions of science as the hundreds and thousands of whooping cough germs borne by the spring breezes, the hundreds of thousands of eye-destroying bacteria which infest the public baths, hundreds of thousands of microbes in the barber shop which will cause baldness, the swarm of scabious parasites infecting the leather straps in the subway cars, the tapeworm, fluke in heaven knows what eggs that undoubtedly lurk in raw fish and in undercooked beef and pork. The fact that if you walk barefoot, a tiny sliver of glass may penetrate the sole of your foot and then, after circulating through your body, reach the eye and cause blindness. There's no disputing this accurate scientific fact that millions of germs are floating, swimming, wriggling everywhere. At the same time, however, if you ignore them completely, they lose all possible connection with yourself, and at once they become nothing more than the vanishing ghosts of science. This, too, I came to understand. I'd been so terrorized by scientific statistics. If 10 million people each leave over 3 grains of rice from their lunch, how many sacks of rice are wasted in one day? If 10 million people each economize one paper handkerchief a day, how much pulp will be saved? But whenever I left over a single grain of rice, whenever I blew my nose, I imagined that I was wasting mountains of rice, tons of paper, and I fell prey to a mood dark as if I had committed a terrible crime. And so, this is sort of like a continuation from the first realization that that what he believed to be society, all the decisions, he thought it was just everything, every situation that he was in, it was consistently him against the world. And then he realized that it might possibly have just been him against every single individual person, or possibly not even him against anybody. This grand idea that everybody would attack him, something wrong happened, shrunk down a bit, and then now he realizes that he's this um his ability to turn every mountain into a molehill to the point where he can't eat or sleep thinking about his failures of the past and any possible failures of the future, and all of these unintended consequences just weighing down on his mind. Um, he came to the sort of realization that this is not the current reality. And so this is another realization that he has made. And of course, it's not the end of everything. He's not properly just gotten rid of everything. This is simply a realization, the beginning of a change. But he has come to the idea that what I view as self-centered in some way, the idea that um, he is essentially this sun with gravity that it can affect all of these other things on such a grand level is just not true. And though he believed it to be true for a large part of his life, he's now seeing that things aren't as not as deep, but as important or serious, or the effects aren't as long lasting as he had thought they were. There were many other options and times to make things right. And he said that after he'd realized his lie, that all of these things, all of these, the weight that the pressure that he consistently put on himself to do everything perfectly and to be a perfect individual, and then to also make everybody happy in order to be considered human, he realizes this is all just a false construct. He says, I felt pity and contempt for the self which until yesterday had accepted such hypothetical situations as eminently factual scientific truths and was terrified for him. This shows the degree to which I bit by bit arrived at knowledge of the real nature of what is called the world. Of course, this is like a huge major revelation for him, the idea, but then also some sort of feeling pity for himself is also he calls it his past self, but obviously he's not quite done with this idea, um, this world that he's built up for all of his life won't just crumble down in a day with this realization. But of course, these are first steps. Regardless, here he speaks again. He once again drowns himself in alcohol in a sort of escape from reality, but also sort of um, trying to console himself. I mean, he's learned, of course, already that things aren't as bad as he thinks that they are, but he still has a tendency, leans towards self-destruction. He says, a comic strip artist, and at that, an unknown one. Once again, I mean, we discussed Horiki going out of his way to come to him to try to bring him down because clearly he's achieving something. But regardless, knowing no great joys, nor, for that matter, any great sorrows, I craved desperately for some great savage joy, no matter how immense the suffering that might ensue. My only actual pleasure was to engage in meaningless chatter with the customers and to drink their liquor. And so I'm tiring of um not his careful, but like overly being so overly over consideration of every single decision that leads to him not making any decisions. He sort of tires of this. And then previously the happiness, the idea that um he might lose any sort of happiness being worse to him than consistently dealing with unhappiness, no longer scares him as much anymore. Then after he drinks quite a bit and meets this young woman here, and although his pers- his the profile he sort of gives of himself is most likely a bit exaggerated, and of course he's still a very, very young adult. I mean, most people would argue like not even an adult. He's probably, I'd say around like 23-ish here, if that. And so, but regardless, he's a drunken 23-year-old who hasn't taken care of himself and since for quite some time now. And this 17-year-old girl comes and approaches him and helps him. Um, this idea is another section of his life, the idea of the naivety. He tries to absorb a bit of this from her. He says, she tells him, she hauled me out and bandaged my bruised right arm. Yoshiko, which is the 17-year-old girl's name, earnest and unsmiling, said, you drink too much. And then so this first characterization of her, earnest and unsmiling, the idea that not this kindness that she has, these earnest kindness, she's not being kind to him out of the um, selfish desires that he believed that everybody else have, but instead she's genuinely a pure, innocent, good person who's just being kind because of that. And this whole, she said, unsmiling, the idea that he believes smiling and these fake shows of kindness are um all sort of related to keeping up with facade, but then all related to this disgenuine is an appropriate word, I'm not even sure at this point, is all just sort of telltale signs that someone is hiding something. The fact that she unsmilingly but earnestly tells him and tries to help him is that. But then also on top of that, not even trying to help him for her own personal gain, but helping him genuinely because she wants to, but also this earnest idea that um, this belief that he can be helped also. He says in response to this, in his head, he thinks, the thought of dying has never bothered me, but getting hurt, losing blood, becoming crippled, and the like, no thanks. The idea of consistently suffering, to the point where, like, before, the idea of dying was a somewhat foreign concept for him, and even when he said, committed himself to committing lover's suicide, proper, there's no real deep, serious consideration of what was going on. It was a decision that he made because of the strong emotions that he felt. But then here he describes that the thought of dying, despite the consequences. I mean, I suppose for him, in some ways, dying might not have any consequences. He discussed the possibility of him being in hell even after death, being condemned to hell after death. Regardless, this simply suggests that the idea of suffering is much worse for him than having than suffering but living, but staying alive. And that's also a bit of an important development in his um, frame of mind. He tells her that she's giving it up, that he's giving it up, and they basically essentially immediately decide on the spot that with him inspired by this purity, this frame of mind that she has of trusting everyone, he's inspired, he's so touched by this, he says to her, and once again, this is another one of his decisions that he actively makes. This is not something she brings up or anything. He brings this up. He says, I'm going to marry this girl. And of course, that's like important. The idea that he wants to cling this hope, this sort of, regardless of the fact that the way that this girl views the world is quite beautiful, and I'm sure that's why he was so attracted to her. The idea that being able to trust anybody, everybody, and being able to truly be a good person or not have or truly want the best for everyone is this delusion that he almost tried to cling to when he joined the Communist Party back then and tried his best. This whole drowning in the outside waters. Um, her he's by trying to like marry her, he's trying to like cling to her and live in her reality where people don't do bad things and where everyone you can see the good in everyone and everything. He says, um, I'd marry her. I wanted once in my lifetime to know that great savage joy, no matter how immense the suffering that might ensue. the great immense joy that is the ability to trust other people, the ability to see the good in everything, the ability that this good thing, the good in everything will cause some sort of happiness, some sort of joy. He said, I'd always imagined that the beauty of virginity was nothing more than a sweet, sentimental illusion of stupid poets. But it really is alive and present in this world. We would get married. I made my mind up on the spot. It was a then and there decision, and I did not hesitate to seal the flower. Of course, this deals with some twisted, somewhat antiquated, I guess. I mean, it's still present, so I don't think I can. I don't know if I can refer to it as antiquated, but the idea that virginity and purity. But I think, I mean, regardless of the fact that there is this theme, this antiquated ideology present, the white lily, the pure flower. Um, it's also sort of this purity, this virginity is not just, remember, sexual things are still not something that he is comfortable with, that he trusts, that he believes are good. And so the idea of virginity, purity, being untainted by human desire, being untainted by human reality. This virgin girl who's not just untouched by the underlying desires, the sexual desires that he hated so much, but also being untainted by by humanity's corruption in general. Um, he wants to cling to that, this whole idea of this whole pessimistic view, the cynical view that he has developed. He he understands that it's causing him quite a bit of pain, and this that's the world that he's constructed, and now he has someone he believed in the past that there was no person in the entire world who was truly a kind, caring person, and here she is right in front of me. However, after this, as sort of foreshadowing, he said, "The world, after all, was still a place. Oh, well, rather, no, I'll start much earlier. Not long afterwards, we were married. The joy I obtained as a result of this action was not necessarily great or savage, but the suffering which ensued was staggering, so far surpassing what I had imagined that even describing it as horrendous would not quite cover it. The world, after all, was still a place of bottomless horror. It was by no means a place of childlike simplicity where everything could be settled by a single then and there decision. Um, of course, I mean, I've also acknowledged just the idea that making decisions without any sort of thought, the idea of balance, understanding the importance of balance, understanding the importance of on being able to sort of figure out in your mind when things are necessary and when things aren't, that sort of best situation, being able to weigh consequences, both positive and negative, the pros and cons of any situation effectively, and not the way that he's doing it. Essentially, the way that he's been doing it his entire life is um, only seeing the negatives in anything. Sort of, I have, let's see, we have two decisions, both with pros and cons each. He completely erases the positive of each side of them and only just sees two negative decisions. And although one may be less negative than the other one, it's just a constant reminder that there is no positive. And so although one can minimize his sadness, as he actually tried to do. I think I mentioned this at some point in life. He decided to just, when he'd completely given up, just try to minimize as much sadness as he can. But at the end of the day, it's just more sadness on top of sadness. But now we have this one girl here who sees everything in the light of positives, and of course, this not necessarily regarding her decision making, but for the sake of this comparison, we have this one girl now who just erases all the negatives from different perspectives and doesn't well, in a way, this is not even me coming up with this imaginary scenario. She genuinely does not properly weigh negatives, and the thing is that like a healthy dose of caution, of course, not the way that he's been living his life with only caution, but being able to make responsible decisions by being able to weigh both positives and negatives and come to terms with the consequences of making decisions is something that neither of them have grasped. But him just swaying between two extremes is not necessarily helping him, but we'll see. why exactly this marriage ruined everything for him. Later on, I could explain it now, but I might as well just read up to that point. Here he marries her, and we start a new chapter, a new section of his life. That's also important to maintain. And so, once again, this sort of clinging on to purity was sort of like a last ditch sort of attempt for him. He had completely ignored the idea that there should be this level of honesty in the world, and now that he's found it, oh, hello. Now that he's found this sort of honesty in people, if you were no longer human, what have you become? I think he's still trying to figure that out. I mean, he comes to different conclusions. First he is um, not human. He's just living outside of humanity. Then he is less than human, and then he's less than human. Rather, it's quite depressing, but yes, that's what he realizes. Oh, I thought you meant you, me? No, this is a book. Um, I will continue. Um, Horiki then comes, and this whole marriage to this lady was some last ditch attempt to sort of repair his life, to start over again. And this um basically Horiki comes, and he this Horiki's presence is just a reminder that he whole running and hiding thing that he's been doing or been trying to do his entire life, and this last ditch attempt to run and hide from reality, this idea that one can run from reality is just not true. And the fact that Horiki comes and interferes with this whole new lifestyle that he's trying to build, this fresh start that he's trying to create, this idea just sort of puts one sort of another nail in sort of his the idea that this last hope that he has in his head, that he can change his life and that he could live happily. And so it's not fully cemented in his idea. He's still clinging on to some amount of hope. And despite Toriki's reappearance in his life, um, despite Toriki's reappearance in his life, it's not as if the hope that he is desperately clinging to is all gone yet. He says, Horiki, then, just when I had begun to entertain faintly in my breast the sweet notion that perhaps there was a chance I might turn one of these days into a human, that I might turn one of these days into a human being and be spared the necessity of a horrible death, Horiki showed up again. And although he essentially says it as if he's completely made up his mind, this is, of course, him reflecting back on his life. And by the way that he behaves after this point, it's obvious that he's not entirely given up. But him looking back on this moment past, which is why it's worded in this way, this consistent foreshadowing. He said, just when I was beginning to forget, that bird of ill omen came flapping my way to rip open with its beak the wounds of memory. All at once shame over the past and the recollection of sin unfolded themselves before my eyes, and seized by a terror so great it made me want to shriek. I could not sit still a moment longer. How about a drink? I said. And this I whole thing is that he is always he never properly learned the skills to be able to deal with the what he views the harsh truth of reality. And so this again was a grander and definitely last chance sort of attempt to shove everything under the rug and try again. But of course, shoving everything under the rug, especially with issues that he magnifies or magnified in those ways, are much more difficult to hide, and one cannot hide them forever. It's different. What he's doing right now, when he pushed everything under the rug, um, essentially what he was doing was like pushing everything under the rug, and to pretend as if it wasn't under the rug, he went and got a new house. And so, like, it's still, you cannot just keep pushing things under the rug. They're just going to accumulate. They also just don't go away. It's not the same as just sweeping it up and throwing it away. he's never properly addressing situations out of the fact that he on his own can't develop the skills of them. And of course, this is where support comes in, being able to be um, properly supported through childhood and early adulthood. But once again, that's why everything, as soon as Horiki showed up, everything just crumbled down again. Once again, in my opinion, not entirely yet, but it begun to crumble. And once again, he's still continuing on after, after with first off, he said, "How about a drink?" I asked. Of course, he told her, "I'm going to quit drinking." Um, I think in a way that's sort of I'm going to quit running away and hiding. I'm going to turn it around. But you know, I suppose it's changed from hiding around in your own house from the filth in the living room and hiding in a different house from the filth in your old living room. But at the end of the day, once again, there's still no actual progress. It's just momentarily solving things. And then with this all coming down, him being reminded of what he has here, he begins drinking, immediately reverts because there's still the fact that he doesn't really trust other people. He believes that all the people from his past are genuinely still out to get him, including Horiki, who he thought was his friend and now he believes isn't. Um, this idea of him not wanting to rely on them to help him and not trusting them enough to ask them for help, sort of thing. And so he begins drinking and continuing in his self-destructive behaviors. He said, after a little while, after a while of this, as usual, I sent Yoshiko out to the pawn shop with some of her clothes in order so that he can get some more money in order to be able to buy more alcohol. Just those sorts of things. The idea of um, going to these lengths to go. Remember back when he said that for the first time he would do anything to obtain this. This once again, making other people make sacrifices for this. Then I think obviously this is quite an important game that him and Horiki play. It's a game of opposites. Um, and I think there are many reasons it's a perfect scenario to set up the next conversation, but also I think the idea why they made this game, like the idea of being able to categorize things as opposites, being able to know being able to say it's either this or that, this whole black or white ideology, black and white categorization system makes things very easy. And so in that way, it's sort of this game is a sort of escape the ability to just these decisions that he was unable to make before because of the whole this everything the consequences both positive and negative just create a whole gray area that he can't navigate through. This game, I think, in a way, sort of another version of escape, another um, perfect world fantasy that he thinks of. The idea that that things can just be categorized easily and quickly in this way. So they continue through these games, and um, they keep going on and on. And so midway through this game, um, Gorky sort of tires this game and then continues a sort of ritual in some ways of jabbing at jabbing at Yoga to make himself feel better. He says, "Don't be cheeky now. I, for one, have never been tied up like a common criminal the way you have." And of course, if you remember back then, the reason why he was tied up like a common criminal was because he tried to commit suicide, and this is a very sensitive topic for him. Um, and so he says, rightfully so, in my opinion. He said, "I was taken aback. Horiki at heart did not treat me like a full human being. He could only consider me as the living corpse of a would-be suicide, a person dead to shame, an idiot ghost. His friendship had no other purpose but to utilize me in whichever way would most further his own pleasures. This thought naturally did not make me very happy, but I realized after a moment that it was entirely to be expected that Horiki should take this view of me. From long ago, even as a child, I seemed to lack the qualifications of a human being, and that, for all I knew, contempt, even from Horiki, which is one thing that he used to view as a person less than him, might be entirely merited. And so once again, we see the development of key personality traits he foundations, little pillars. He grows them up a bit, these little foundations of what he thinks society is, and then he gains more information, and then he makes grand conclusions based on the little information that he has, but in a way that's sort of all that he has done and all that he knows how to do. So, but here, first he was, first he, I mean, this is not a conclusion that he's new with, the idea that Horiki has just been using him to make him feel better about himself. But here we have, here we have, um, the first time he said it, he was quite upset. He was like, I can't believe I was basically essentially, I can't believe that I trusted this person. I can't believe that I was friends with this person. He's not my friend. But now, and of course he like tries to like leave or escape him or treats him or views him in a less high light. At least feel like he was excusing this boy's stupidity because um he was a source he was a comrade in misery, comrade in not being human. But now he's not only is he's another enemy, and but now it's only fair that he treats me this way because I'm a toad. I'm less than human. Next, he keeps going with this in a way. He's still going on with this inability to properly confront people, even in people that hurt him. Um, he says, I said, feigning tranquility, crime. What's the antonym of crime? This is a hard one. The law, of course, Archie answered flatly. I looked in his face again, caught in the flashing red light of a neon sign on a nearby building. Horky's face had the somber dignity of the relentless prosecutor. I felt shaken to the core. The idea that um, Horky is just another human being who has adjusted and understands the laws of society, but also, once again, those human beings are the people that are after him, the people who are going to somehow punish him for um, doing wrong, for not doing what they want him to do. And then, so before, of course, he was sort of ridiculing Horiki, and he came like to this sort of realization, the whole, who's gonna punish me? It's just you. But now he had the somber dignity of the relentless prosecutor, this society that he thought was not real or wasn't there the way he thought it was. To himself, imagine saying that law was the antonym of crime, but perhaps everybody in society can go on living in self-satisfaction thanks to just simple concepts. They think that crime hatches where there are no policemen. He keeps going on with this. He states, Haruki basically says to him, well, if that's not it, then what is? And Yozo says that um, the antonym of crime is virtue, a virtuous citizen. In short, someone like myself saying that he's a virtuous citizen. And he said, this is what Haruki says, you can't be serious. The antonym of crime is virtue. Let's not joke. Virtue is the antonym of vice, not crime. Are vice and crime different? They are, I think. Virtue and vice are concepts invented by human beings, words for a morality which human beings arbitrarily devised. What a nuisance, Horsey says. Well, I suppose it is God in that case. God. You can't go wrong with everything if you leave everything at God. I'm hungry. And of course, he once again towers of this conversation, but Horky basically says that the whole moral concepts of good or bad essentially are created are established not because of some sort of um, established ideals, like there's some sort of timeless truths of what is good and what is bad, but instead that humans have created the society, and if you go with the society, and if you follow society's rules, then you are a virtuous citizen, and if you don't, then you are not. So this whole crime, law, and crime, the idea that um, the opposite of crime being virtue, this idea of not following society's rules makes you a criminal. And so this following society's rules makes you a virtuous person. And so he calls himself, someone like himself, calls himself a virtuous person. Um, and I mean, he doesn't really explain why, and this is my own sort of conjecture about this assertion that he makes about himself. I think that he calls himself a virtuous person because throughout the entirety of his life, despite the fact that he can't understand or can't, or the fact that it tortures him following the rules of society, and rules of society being meeting other people's expectations of him, following through with these expectations, following through, continuing this order by not betraying expectations and whatnot. He's a virtuous person in that sense, in the sense that he has never been had the strength to be able to go against the flow. Once again, Horky pushes the whole "you're a criminal" thing, whatever. Um, tells him of his crimes and whatnot. He said, "The voice of resistance, weak but desperate, spoke from somewhere in my heart. It said that I had not caused anyone to die, that I had not lifted money from anyone. But once again, the ingrained habit of considering myself evil took command." And so the idea that, I mean, somewhere something in his heart says that, I'm not responsible for all bad things in the world, and all, not even all bad things that have happened to me, and the things that I've done have not been out of bad intention, out of greed, like all the rest of you guys. I mean, this whole, he's telling himself, which is, some truths, and not even some truths, um truths really, that he hasn't killed anybody. People make their own decisions for themselves, and he has of course, here Horiki is trying to throw this in his face, but there's some there is some truth to what Yozo is telling himself, but of course he's unable to voice it. um he continues on his whole, he is as a sort of try to like distract himself from what Horiki is saying, which of course is extremely hurtful for him, and also sort of picking at the very fabric of his being, sort of thing. The thing that is trying, that's very picking at the little seam that's holding him together, sort of. Um, he continues on this topic. I think he's a little rambling here. Actions punishable by jail sentences are not the only crimes. If we knew the antonym of crime, I think we would know its true nature: God, salvation, love, light. But for God, there's the antonym of Satan. For salvation, there's perdition. For love, there's hate. And for light, there's darkness. For good, evil, crime, and prayer, crime and repentance, crime and confession, crime. No, they're all synonymous. What is the opposite of crime? I'm trying to sort of, one thing I told you, this categorization game, this idea of putting, sort of easily making these sort of distinctions, these opposites, saying this is just the opposite of this, is just a very easy way for him, for people to just, to navigate things, reality, which is just not that simple. And so this whole, if he can figure out what's the opposite of crime, what's the opposite of betraying society, he says, acts punishable by jail sentence are not the only crime. So basically saying that, like, um, betrayal of society's laws, but also betrayal of society's, in my opinion, he's saying betrayal of tradition in some way, traditional human thinking is also somewhat a crime. He's also thinking of, how higher power was in all of these things, in order to sort of come to a quick conclusion so that he can act. He said, once again, he said to himself, personal demonstration is better than empty debates. And of course, I think I've probably mentioned this before, the idea that he's taking a lot of first steps in sort of changing his perception, his very, very warped perception of reality that he established as a child. That at the end of the day, this sort of the empty philosophy, um, isn't really causing him to make any active changes in his life. He can think and change his perspective, but if he can't act, it's sort of, what good is it? Think a thought in his head. And so now, as I'm just going to basically explain the situation. Horky goes downstairs by himself to go get some rice because, as he said, he's complained over and over again about how hungry he is and that he no longer wants to have this conversation with Yozo. And he sees her, Yoshiko, being like raped by this man that she let into her house because she trusted him. And so here he goes, Horiki goes up and brings Yozo down to go see what's happening to Yoshiko, and he says, I'm just trying to explain his entire reaction to seeing. My eyes swam, but I murmured to myself through my violent breathing. This is just another aspect of the behavior of human beings. There's nothing to be surprised at. I stood petrified on the staircase, not even thinking to help Yoshiko. Porky noisily cleared his throat. I ran back up to the roof to escape and collapsed there. The feelings which assailed me as I looked up at the summer night sky heavy with rain were not of fury nor hatred, nor even sadness. They were of overpowering fear, not the terror the sight of ghosts in a graveyard might arouse, but rather a fierce ancestral dread that could not be expressed in 4 or 5 words, something perhaps like encountering in the sacred grove of a Shinto shrine the white-clothed body of a god. My hair turned prematurely gray from that night. I now lost all confidence in myself, doubted all men immeasurably, and abandoned all hope for things of the world, all joy, all sympathy, eternally. This was truly the decisive incident of my life. It had been split through the forehead between my eyebrows, a wound that was throbbed with pain whenever I came in contact with a human being. And so this idea that he clung to he clung to Yoshiko with the idea that she embodies all the good that could be in the world, and the fact that she's still doing all right. He's still going to have hope. He's still going to have hope for himself and his future. But then with the defilement of Yoshiko and her purity, but also the betrayal of her trust in human beings, she's betrayed by another human being. And so this idea of purity, the idea that she would continue to have all this trust, she can no longer trust other people. She's been betrayed in ways that I can't even imagine. And so now his last ditch attempt of trying to find out if he can be happy in this world, he can't imagine this. He can't figure this. He can't figure it out anymore. It's all gone. Any last hope that he had still lingering in his heart has just been completely destroyed. And now before he had given up, but I mean, once again, he had seen Yoshiko and decided that he was going to try again. His last his attempt to try again, everything has been destroyed. His entire future gone. And so Yoshiko, I mean, he's not because he's given up so much. This idea of comforting Yoshiko because this is a horrible thing that she's just experienced. He no longer cares. Everything is truly over for him now. He doesn't blame Yoshiko, of course. He um believes that this is just some undeniable truth of human nature. This disgusting greed, but he sees in Yoshiko how this affects her and how she begins to fear like even him and begins to not even trust him. And so this confirmation of Yoshiko's condition, he entirely stopped caring. He says, I never forgave nor refused to forgive her. Yoshiko was a genius at trusting people. He didn't know how to suspect anyone but the misery it caused. God, I ask you, is trustfulness a sin? And once again, the idea that the defilement of her virginity was not exactly what the main topic was. It wasn't her purity in terms of the fact that she was a virgin that he was concerned with. It was her purity regarding being betrayed by the world. Which is what he literally just says right here. It was less the fact of Yoshiko's defilement than the defilement of her trusting people which became so persistent a source of grief as almost to render my life insupportable. For someone like myself, in whom the ability to trust others is so cracked and broken that I am wretchedly timid and am forever trying to read the expression on people's faces, Yoshiko's immaculate trustfulness seemed clean and pure, like a waterfall among green leaves. One night sufficed to turn the waters of the pure cascade yellow and muddy. Yoshiko began from that night to fret over my every smile or frown. And so this whole Yoshiko became a sort of a result of her trauma, much like him. As a result of his trauma, he worked hard to sort of please everyone in order to avoid these negative consequences, avoid them taking advantage of his trustfulness. She begins to not even trust him. She begins to watch his every expression in order to determine what it is that he's thinking in order to keep him satisfied. So next after this, he sort of tries to come. He, I mean, after giving up, he tries to still think on the topic. He says, "Is immaculate trustfulness after all a source of sin?" The idea that, um, I mean, this is much similar to the idea of people saying that, um, you know, like if you wear short clothes, then you're asking for it. I mean, like obviously, this is just not true. But this, he's given up so far that he has given up on the idea that being good is a norm, and that being trustful is even a good thing. So it turns from, is trustfulness a sin? Is it a sin to be trustful? Why am we being punished for having good qualities? He's saying now, is immaculate trustfulness after all a source of sin? Not even a sin itself. Is me trusting other people, is trusting other people asking yourself to be hurt in a world where everyone is deceitful? Is it a sin? Is it a crime? Um, anyways, back to this early conversation with the word game. But is it a sin? Does being trustful, trusting other people, is it um is it then your fault that you were then attacked with sin? Is it your fault that you were then harmed by other people? Because everyone is like that, so you shouldn't have trusted anyone. That sort of thing. Um, he said, I looked at various novels in which which married women are violated. Said, an account of the incident, her rape. I was left cleft between the eyebrows. My voice became hoarse. My hair turned prematurely gray, and Yoshiko was condemned to a life of anxiety, much like his. Um, but also he sort of, in a way, he sort of blames himself because remember he believes that he ruined the life of everybody else, and so now his presence has tainted the flower. I mean, from moving on, he does not. It's he just does not blame other people because one of the essential parts, one of the not essential, one of the innate, one of the I'm unable to come up with the word, but one of the every human being has this capacity, and so maybe it was my fault for letting her continue to live this way. Maybe it was my involvement. Maybe I brought in the sin, and now we're condemned to living the same life. And he never blamed everyone. He never blamed the man. It's never. It wasn't. How could he have done such a thing? It was every person is capable of this. Every human is capable of this, and why should I have expected anything else? He said, in most of the novels I read, emphasis was placed on whether or not the husband forgave the wife's act. It seemed to me, however, that any husband who still retains the right to forgive or not to forgive is a lucky man. If he thinks that he can't possibly forgive his wife, he ought, instead of making such a great fuss, to get divorced as quickly as possible and find a new wife. If he can't do that, he should forgive and show forbearance. In either case, the matter can be completely settled in whichever way the husband's feelings dictate. In other words, even though such an incident certainly comes as a great shock to the husband, it is a shock and not an endless series of waves which lash back at him over and over again. It seemed to me a problem which could be disposed of by the wrath of any husband with authority. But in our case, the husband was without authority. And when I thought things over, I came to feel that everything was my fault. And so this whole um he I mean, we're also back to the idea that once again, like I said, like he keeps all of his decisions in him and is constantly just reviewing his mistakes over and over and over and again, just blaming himself over and over and over again, but also just keeping that sort of anxiety inside of himself. And then, but he believes, like in some, I think another step closer to some sort of conclusion that he makes at the end of this novel, but rather the cause of this these waves of despair was the fact that he's unable to make some sort of decision regarding the topic because I mean well, first off, the reason why these men in this thing, based on their construct of how things should be, they're able to say, well, if this happens and I feel this way, then and this is my reality, then this is what I will do. Otherwise, this is what I do. But he's still so confused about how things should go, where fault lies, how things are supposed to operate, the truths of human nature, how human beings are, that still doesn't know what's the right answer. And the fact that he can't figure out an answer, he can't be done with the idea, he lets it continuously affect him. He continuously thinks over and over again about all of his decisions is um a truth of himself, this truth that he knows, and this authority, and it's again this wrath, this anger, is once again the ability to use your personal convictions, the idea to use your motivation, the idea to use your self confidence or and whatnot to be able to voice your beliefs and your inner voice and make a decision based on this, which he feels he can't do. He says, now that I harbor doubt about the one virtue I depended on, the immaculate trustfulness, I lost all comprehension of everything around me. My only resort was to drink. And so now he says, I don't say it quite, he said, I began about this time to copy pornographic pictures which I secretly peddled in order to earn money to drink more. And so the shattering all ideas of the possibility of there being hope, but then also the idea that he could drown himself in the fantasy of hope to the extent, back then when he was in that Communist Party, the idea where he could be like, I don't like the reality of this cold building that humans have built up. I'd rather much swim out there in I'm just out there in the waves and until I drown, sort of a thing, until I drown in like until I drown in it, until I drown in the fantasy. And so, this could honestly be viewed as an attempt to drown in the fantasy, and it appears that he can't, um, this him fully running away and drowning himself in the ideas of possibility and hope is not possible for him. And so, like, what does he have left? I mean, the one comfort that he still knows about alcohol, and he does it to the point where you can see even more the physical toll that it takes on him. And so once again, remember his aversion to the sort of sexual nature of people, and the fact that he's even resorting to giving up on his own sort of moral code in some way in order to make more money for alcohol, doing anything, as I said earlier, to do anything for it. Um, it's just, I mean, it's just like an indicate it just indicates just what kind of situation he's in. Next, he describes his drinking. Um, his he drinks a lot and very often. He says, um, sometimes when drunk, I timidly attempted a few sneaking ventures at indirect questioning. In my heart, I bounded foolishly from joy to sorrow at her responses. But on the surface, I never ceased my moderate clowning. Afterwards, I would inflict on Yoshiko an abominable hellish caressing before I dropped into a dead sleep. Um, I am not quite sure due to my, I guess, immaturity in some ways. I'm able to understand exactly what he was talking about. I guess there are many different like things that he could be discussing, and I guess we could refer. I think the one conclusion that I think is I guess fine the fact that he, um, as opposed to rape, he said that he has a sexual relationship with her, possibly. I'm unsure. Um, I'm just gonna say that to myself, just that he's not raping her, and that that abominable hellish part of that is um the idea of the idea that sexuality and all things related to this is also related to the most base vile desires of human beings. And so despite the fact that it is something that many people get pleasure out of, and I'm not sure that even possibly him, but um, so it's both sides of the coin, both a horrible and base desire, but also a source of pleasure. I think. I don't actually know once again. Yes, again, he discovers sleeping pills, and I think I mentioned that he did drugs earlier, but I think it was just alcoholism. But the idea is now he finds sleeping pills, and so he tries to sort of erase the description of it on there after he finds it, And so sort of, you know, hiding reality once again, trying to pretend that things just aren't there when, if you really consider it, it's not, I mean, there's still a box of sleeping pills that she knew was in the cabinet, and erasing the script, the label off of it is not going to somehow make her not know. Like, all of these things is not going to erase the evidence. And so, but in parentheses, actually, there's not many parentheses in this thing, in this book, from what I remember. He says, "You have committed no sin." And so, this idea that he's still desperately trying to stop blaming himself and stop continuing the cycle of self-loathing and this self-critical behavior, and that this getting down on himself at all times, and but also just extreme desperation in a way. So um once again, I very quietly filled the glass. This is mentioned suicide. I mean, I've said it many times, and this is like explicitly, I'm reading out the part. I very quietly filled the glass with water, careful not to make the least noise, and deliberately broke the seal of the box. I poured the whole contents in my mouth. I calmly drained the glass of water in one gulp. I switched off the light and went to bed. And so um, this whole, once again, I said, like, to keep note of all the things where he actively makes a decision. And so, but I mean, like, arguably he makes few decisions, but, um, the language he chooses to describe some decisions just shows that, like, how he truly is making this decision for himself. And now two of these decisions out of the very few that we have seen here, he said, I deliberately did this. I made the decision to do this, unlike it was decided that we were going to be married. Is I deliberately did this. Is two of these decisions have been related to him committing suicide, which is meaningful, but of course horrible. And so another part that stuck with me quite a bit is he said, while he was in his recovering, he was brought to the hospital after this. He said apparently many times in his sleep, as he began to recover consciousness, he said, "I'm going home." He said, "It's not clear even to myself what place I meant by home, but in any case, these are the words I said, accomplished, I was told, by profuse weeping." And so, I mean, I think I might, here's another speculation of mine that I'll just offer up, but then I think I also like deeply relate to these ideas, the just, I mean, the extreme exhaustion that he's probably feeling, the complete loss of hope, the inability to do anything. And I remember um one time I had got drunk and I kept saying I want to go home, I want to go home. In my head I knew what I was saying, but of course, everyone was like, "Yeah, okay, well, I'll take you back to your dorm. We're going back to your dorm," that sort of thing. But obviously, that's not what I meant. And I both knew what I meant and didn't know what I meant. And um, I don't remember if that was before or after I read this. I really can't tell you. Either way, this I mean, but also this idea of I'm going to go home, the idea of I want to go back to things, to before all of this, going home to where really. I mean, it's, I think for him, like, going back to when he was a child and when these decisions weren't the effects. Because, I mean, like, as he's gotten older, it was sort of like as a child, these smaller decisions that he was making was preparation for larger decisions that he was going to have to make for himself later on. And so I guess he wants to go back to the time where, even though back then, you know, the decisions meant a lot to him. Looking back now on them, I'm sure the sorrow that he felt, is sorrow that he feels right now, is um much greater than the sorrow and the anxiety that he had in himself back then. So next he comes to Flatfish's there, and also I'd like to another sort of indication of him, not necessarily him having like a warped perception, you know, him Flatfish being here once again for him after he died, after he's tried to commit suicide again. The idea that he left Flatfish because he thought he was a burden, but Flatfish has remained a present part of his life, um, proves that although he left because he previously thought like he was too much of a burden, now he sees that this Flatfish genuinely cares for him, and he sort of, I guess he some sort of realizes this in some way, despite him giving up. And afterwards, he describes him sort of um what happened in the hospital immediately afterwards. He said, um, Flatfish gave him some money afterwards. He said, "It's a little gift for me," and offered it exactly if it was his own money, though I gathered that it actually came from my brothers as usual. This time, unlike when I ran away from Flatfish's house, I was able to catch a vague glimpse through his theatrical airs of importance. I too was clever and pretending to be completely unaware of what was going on, humbly offered Flatfish my thanks for the money. It nevertheless gave me a strange feeling, as if at the same time I could and could not understand why people like Flatfish resorted to such complicated tricks. Also, like the idea that he's sort of beginning to grasp what it is to be human. And so, not necessarily like this idea that people lie or pretend to sort of hide the evil that lies underneath, and maybe they lie and pretend that the evil inside every human is not as evil as he thinks it is. It's not him against the world. There are people undoubtedly have their selfish desires and they undoubtedly want to do what they feel is best for him. But this whole idea of they either are with me or they're just another human is not with him anymore. He's starting to sort of realize where the gray area fits, the idea of people having expectations of other people, trying to have them fulfill the expectations, people lying to save themselves, to help benefit themselves, to sort of make other people react in certain ways. He's sort of starting to grasp these things, and not everything is rooted in some sort of evil, but rather um, both self-preservation, the construction of what they believe to be reality, and also some human kindness. And so, I mean, he does understand this. But here he goes out again, and so he still doesn't have any sort of hope for the world around him. He drinks so much, he says, that suddenly I vomited. This was the first time I had brought up blood. He wept afterwards, and this just slowly like truthfully reaching point of no return types of type of place sort of thing. He says, "Where does this little path go? Where does this little path go?" I can hear indistinctly from the distance, like an auditory hallucination, the voice of a little girl singing. Unhappiness. There are all kinds of unhappy people in this world. I suppose it would be no exaggeration to say that the world is composed entirely of unhappy people. But those people can fight their unhappiness with society fairly and equally, and society, for its part, easily understands and sympathizes with such struggles. My unhappiness stemmed entirely from my own vices, and I had no way of fighting anybody. If I had ever attempted to voice anything in the nature of a protest, even a single mumbled word, the whole society, and not only Flatfish, would undoubtedly have cried out flabbergasted. Imagine the audacity of him talking like that. Am I what they call an egoist, or am I the opposite, a man of excessively weak spirit? I don't know myself, but since I seem in either case to be a mass of vices, I drop steadily, inevitably, into unhappiness, and I have no specific plan to stave off my descent. And I mean, there's not really much to say for that in regards to that. It, I have, I think, um, I don't know, it just affects me so profoundly because I believe that's sort of an exact summation of my exact beliefs. Up until I guess recently, and I suppose like with help, I'm trying to sort of change that perspective. But seeing it written on paper when I read this for the first time, it seeing myself written out so clearly was kind of horrifying in a way. And I mean, definitely horrifying. But now he begins, of course, those were sleeping pills before. Now he actually, um, I mean, now he um, experiments with harder drugs here. He says that, and the person at the pharmacy, I suppose, tells him that he should stop drinking. And he says, in regards to his life, he says, I feel so on edge, I can't stand it, which is why he keeps asking her to give him stuff. And this is, I guess, suppose him trying to convince her of why she should. And he said, I feel so on edge, I can't stand it. I'm afraid. I'm no good for anything. I guess at this point, I really can't like say much. I mean, like, oh, the humor or whatever, and I there looked at um that stemmed from the nostalgia, which felt like looking at a younger version of myself um earlier on the book in the book has sort of worn off. It was sort of um more somber um tone, looking at a more current version of myself. It's quite upsetting. Of course, I'm fine, but relating to like this level of helplessness is really, really difficult. Anyways, next. He continues going and experimenting with hard drugs and the like. He says, all I had intended to take one shot a day. They became two, then three. When it reached four, it could no longer work unless I had my shots. All I needed was a woman at the pharmacy to admonish me, saying how dreadful it would be if I became an addict, for me to feel that I had already become a fairly confirmed addict. I am very susceptible to other people's suggestions. When people say to me, you really shouldn't spend this money, but I suppose you will anyway, I have this strange illusion that I would be going against expectations and somehow doing wrong unless I spent it. I invariably spent all the money immediately. And so the idea that this people pleasing thing is not, he realizes that it's not just doing what people think is best for me or doing what society says that I should be doing, but rather that he recognizes that everybody has built up their own little perceptions of what how things are, much like himself, and that going against these individual expectations is is something that he cannot fight against, and something that he believes that maintaining um, someone's perception of the world, the building that they have created, that they believe is how things really are, he believes is doing them some sort of a service. And then um, I mean, and there's probably many reasons for why that he believes this. I mean, I guess him in some ways society is just made up of a whole bunch of people's the overlap of everyone's different perceptions of what reality really is. And um he's learned many times when all expectations are properly subverted and when the foundations of what he perceives to be true true and not true are changed. It was like incredibly life altering, and so to avoid their wrath, the anger that would come out of having their expectations um subverted, or rather having their reality destroyed, is something that he feels he cannot bear with. He continues. He at the end here, in order to get more drugs, she stops wanting to give him drugs because obviously he's becoming a very serious addict. And she probably, I mean, regardless of the fact that he still changes his appearance in quite some ways, he, I believe that he's technically still handsome, despite the fact that he looks much older than he does. I mean, regardless of whether or not them calling him a man of 40 at his age in his early 20s is an exaggeration. But regardless, his experiences are reflected in his appearance. But I still believe he still is handsome, regardless of the fact that he definitely would not say it at this point. But he, in order to make her give him the more drugs, he flirts with her and tries to like make her interested in him. And I think this is another totally giving up like the length that he would go to, because at the beginning of the novel, the idea of being thought as handsome, the idea of being sought after, the idea of receiving attention from women was like the worst thing ever. But here we have him using this in order to get more. He says here, I thought after um he continues the drugs, and even to the point where she cries when she sees him. Um, he said, I thought, I want to die more than ever before. There's no chance now of a recovery. No matter what sort of thing I do, no matter what I do, it's sure to be a failure. Just a final coating applied to my shame. The dream of going on bicycles to see a waterfall framed in summer leaves. It was not for the likes of me. All that can happen now is that one foul, humiliating sin will be piled on another, and my sufferings will only become the more acute. I want to die. I must die. Living itself is the source of sin. And so um, he goes, gets more drugs, and one day he decides that he's going to just go and he says he's going to go and throw himself in the river, but on the afternoon of the very day chose for the event, Flatfish appeared with Horiki in tow, seemingly have managed with his diabolical intuition to sniff out my plan. Horiki sat in front of me and said, with a gentle smile, the like of which I had never seen before in his face, I hear you have coughed blood. I felt so grateful, so happy for that gentle smile that I averted my face and wept. I was completely shadowed and smothered by that one gentle smile. And then they put him in a car and they take him to what he first believes is a hospital. He says, um, his wife, I suppose, Yoshiko, hands him some more drugs in some way, and he refuses it. He says, is it possible she actually believed after all that it was just an energy building medicine? The idea that there's a possibility that she still has maintained this foolish naivety in her head that of of hope and possibilities. He says, no, I won't need it anymore. Of course, keep in mind the smile and him weeping after the gentle smile is that he receives from Horiki. He says, I felt so grateful, so happy for that gentle smile. And I think what what made him so happy was the idea that he realized that this Horiki that he thought hated him truly was his friend after all along, and truly cared for him. And so this smile, this um, genuine smile that he put on, this gentle smile, touched him to the point where it made him happy. The idea that someone cares, that he is not alone, and that other people are here to help him, and that maybe not everyone is out to get him, is made him happy. That after he tells Yoshiko that he wouldn't need any more, he said, this was a really rare event. I don't think it is an exaggeration to say that it is the one and only time in my life that I refused something offered to me. My unhappiness was the unhappiness of a person who could not say no. I had been intimidated by the fear that if I declined something offered to me, a yawning crevice would open between the other person's heart and myself, which could never be mended through all eternity. Yet I now refused in a perfectly natural manner the morphine which I had so desperately craved. Was it because I was struck by Yoshiko's divine ignorance? I wonder if I had not already ceased at that instant to become an addict. And so I think this this idea in his head, the whole I suppose he may or may not have come to a proper realization that would frame a rather successful continuation of his life, possibly, possibly not. The idea that he has found a proper balance and that he thought in his mind that after what had happened to her, Yoshiko had completely abandoned all hope for the world and all hope for people. She was now ruined and forced to live a life like him. But then he comes and he sees that people don't think and or have the same monofaceted view that he does, or rather the monofaceted sort of personality that he thought that people had. And so what he thought in some ways was that each individual person that he thought was one thing was either one thing or another. He realizes sort of that people are filled with many truths, many lies, many deceptions, and many different aspirations for oneself and for other people, and that it's not as simple as good and evil with me or against me, and that people have the ability to learn and grow from both mistakes and tragedy. And so I think this sort of realization for him, that these realizations, him, or he's smiling at him in the car, or he's gentle smile in the car, her foolishly offering him some more morphine in the hospital, all of these things are sort of like the whole picture of um, each decision, each failure, each unravel of what he believes to be the fabric of his being, and also his entire perception of what society is. Once that crumbles, it's not as if there's nothing left. It's possible to grow, rebuild, relearn, move on. I mean, with the support of other people, but also even if even if this is done alone, the idea that um people have the capacity to be many different things and learn and grow and are allowed to make mistakes and are allowed to um, think about themselves sometimes. I think there's just many parts of the realization that he came to. And then here's the next section. The young doctor with the bashful smile immediately ushered me to a ward. The key grated in the lock behind me. I was in a mental hospital. My delirious cry after I swallowed the sleeping pills that I would go where there were no women had now materialized in a truly uncanny way. My ward held only male lunatics, and the women were also were men. The nurses were also men. There was not a single woman. I was no longer a criminal. I was a lunatic. But no, I was definitely not mad. I've never been mad for even an instant. They say I know that the most lunatics claim the same thing. What it amounts to is that people who get put in this asylum are crazy, and those who don't are normal. God, I ask you, is non-resistance a sin? I had wept at that incredibly beautiful smile Herky had showed me, and forgetting both prudence and resistance, I had got into that car that took me here. And now I become a madman. Even if released, I would be forever branded on the forehead with the word madman, or perhaps reject, disqualified as a human being. I had now ceased utterly to be a human being. And so he says it like many times, but also that he's no longer a human being. It's possible that he's not a human being. He has now ceased to be a human being, but this is, of course, the last and final time that he says it, and the time that he truly finally believes this. And so I guess he's realized what has made him not a human being was not that he had made so many mistakes, not that he didn't understand the world around him, but rather that he's been stripped of the decision to make choices and now has been no longer. The idea that he doesn't understand, the idea what made him not human was not all the mistakes that came before this, but rather now that he's in this mental hospital, that he's been fully branded a lunatic, that he's been completely, utterly labeled as someone that is incapable of fully integrating and supporting themselves in society. That is now what he is, and And honestly, whether or not he says, even if he leaves, he will truly forever be this, um, there is some truth in that. And so, in into this realization, this sort of, this was my last chance sort of a thing. Um, his last chance, and he didn't even know it. He thought he had finally understood something. Um, he is now no longer being labeled a lunatic, being no longer able to choose, but also people no longer expecting him to be able to meet the demands of being a human and being in society. Now he's no longer human. Yeah. Yeah, I should a reject, exactly. The news of my father's death eviscerated me. He was dead. That familiar, frightening presence who had never left my heart for a split second. I felt as though the vessel of my suffering had become empty, as if nothing could interest me now. I had even lost the ability to suffer. So first I'd like to address the fact that I just skipped over a somewhat important part. After he had stayed in there for quite some time, um, he his family comes and tells him that they're going to just take care of everything for him, that they're going to make him go start over away from everybody in like a separate little town where they'll take care of his every single need, and that no one is going to ever, he said, we won't ask any questions about your past, and we'll see to it that you have no worries as far as your living expenses are concerned. You won't have to do anything. The idea that it's no longer taking care of himself and learning to grow up and do things is no longer put into his own hands. It's just going to be taken. Everything is just going to be taken care of. It's going to be put in house, and all he has to do is just he can do whatever he must, whatever he wills over there. And so he says, a reject, exactly. He's now, this is the ostracization that he was truly afraid of at the beginning. The thing that he thought after every other mistake that he had made that he would be ostracized, and then he realized that this wasn't true. That wasn't true. This wasn't reality. But now, here's him being discovered, being forced to be put outside of society. This is truly what he had feared. Reality. And they also tell him that his father had died, and he gave the reaction that I had just read out. And I also, that's why I said that it was important to keep in mind the motivations, what he believed was important. And so I also mentioned the idea that he may have in some ways viewed his father as society, pleasing his father is pleasing society, pleasing my father is my only goal. And although he sort of um, changed perspectives a little bit, this whole, and once again, you cannot just destroy an entire like childhood's way of thinking in an instant after you learn something new, you know? And so he says that he was dead, the familiar, frightening presence who had never left my heart for a split second. And rather, I think, I mean, of course, he's not 100% referring to his father, of course he is, but he's referring to the fact that his father was the first person, the first introduction to true society for him, the idea that he had to put on a mask to satisfy other individuals. And so the idea that the whole goal, his whole entire goal in his life, when he was saying that he wanted to please society, in reality it was more like he wanted to please his father. And so now his father is dead, and there's the the goal that he had half-heartedly felt for the entirety of his life, but kept with due to fear that took over all of the other goals and aspirations, and searching for his own happiness, getting what he feels he felt that he used to deserve, pursuing a career in art, doing what makes him happy. All that took a backseat to his father's society and what his father expected from him, and now his father is dead. I lost even the ability to suffer. Next, okay, so he's in this house that they had prepared for him on the outskirts of society, which once again shows you no longer a human being. He's living on the outside. He takes what he believes is he sends the servant that was assigned to him at the house to go this woman to go buy him some sleeping pills, and she comes back and she gives him pills. He takes them for quite a while, and but one day he comes to the realization that she has not actually given him sleeping pills, but instead laxatives. She's been giving him laxatives in order to um instead, because I mean obviously he's had addictions, he's also used it to commit suicide. So um um next he said, I thought of saying those aren't sleeping pills, they're a laxative. I burst out laughing. I think reject must be a comic noun. I think also there was a part that I skipped over determining whether or not things were comic nouns, or I forgot the other category of what it is, but unfortunate that I don't remember. Regardless, he said, I had taken a laxative in order to go to sleep. Now I have neither happiness nor unhappiness. Everything passes. That is the one and only thing I have thought resembled the truth in the society of human beings where I've dwelled up to now as in a burning hell. Everything passes. And then the conclusion. This year I'm 27. My hair has become much grayer. Most people would take me for over 40. And so he thought, I mean, many times in his life that the world was going to come crashing down on him, that time was going to stop, but every time things kept continuing, even after he was sure that it was over for him. And so I suppose I mean, even regardless of if you don't agree with his viewpoint or you never felt the way that he's felt, this is truly an undeniable truth. I think I'm writing a book about myself as only self absorbed individuals can. Um, I believe I said no matter what you do, no matter how you feel, just things keep going on regardless. And despite the fact that I too in my life many different times I thought it was all going to come to an end, it hasn't. So the decision is what you're going to do afterwards. How are you going to face the consequences and move on properly? Which, of course, despite knowing this truth, once again, as he has said, um, in different words, I suppose, knowing is differently than doing. And you can think about things all that you want if you don't ever actually put them into action. Regardless, we're entering the epilogue of where the perspective shifts back to the man from the very beginning, the prologue section, who was trying to investigate about his life, Yozo's life, and once again, I have already mentioned considering keeping in mind that this is essentially the author discussing. I mean, this book can almost be seen as autobiographical in nature, rather memoir. So, although there are elements of um, not fantasy or fiction elements, rather the there are some many key points in this book that directly relate to um Osamu Dazai's life, and so in a way, him writing this person who comes out from the outside to go look at this man's life, he is still sort of talking about himself. Um, him having read this man's book, he makes some interesting comments that I feel are representative of the author's feelings regarding his own life and the way that he has felt the entirety of his life. So he goes around and talks to different people about to see what they know about him, where he is, what he's doing, those sort of things, and then also trying to like learn more about him in order to figure out to get a better perspective of his life. And so he finds Lady the Madam of the bar in Kobashi, and so they discuss many different things. He receives the notebook, and um, he asks, is the man who wrote them still alive? He said, I haven't any idea. About 10 years ago, somebody sent me a parcel containing the notebooks and the photographs over to my place in Kyobashi. I'm sure it was Yozo who sent it. He didn't write his address or even his name on the parcel. Got mixed up with other things during the air raids, and miraculously enough, the notebooks were saved. Just the other day, I read through them for the first time. No, Oh, he said, "Did you cry?" I said, "No, I didn't cry. I just kept thinking that when human beings get that way, they're no good for anything." Says, "It's been 10 years. I suppose he may be dead already. He must have sent the notebooks to you as a way by way of thanks. Some parts are rather exaggerated, I can tell, but you obviously suffered a hell of a lot at his hands. If everything written in these notebooks is true, I probably would have wanted to put him in an insane asylum myself if I were his friend." "It's his father's fault," she said unemotionally. "Yozo, we knew, was so easygoing and amusing. If only he hadn't drunk. No, even though he did drink, he was a good boy, an angel." And then the idea that the authors reading this book and saying those things about Yozo and the type of person that he was, I mean, based solely, of course, on his own recollection of his life, which with exaggerated parts, but also um, the idea of an unreliable narrator, not as in saying things that aren't true, but rather not knowing the full picture, but framing it as if it is, because that's, I mean, reality is whatever it is to you, that's your reality. And so this was his reality instead. And so he said, "I would have put him in the same asylum. I wouldn't be able to tolerate him if I was his friend," like those sorts of things. But he says that despite all of these things, despite the decisions that he made, he was not a bad person, but he also, and I think her says here, um, sorry, let's go back. It says, "No, even though he did drink, he was a good boy first. Good boy." The idea of childlike innocence, the idea of um, the childlike perspective that he had developed of the world, of not trusting anything, of everything that has happened to him immediately becoming truth, sort of thing. And then on top of that, after that, she says an angel, and then she calls him human first off, and then immediately after something that is more than human, something a being so pure that it is regarded as godly, divine. And so this man who hated himself so, who thought he was lower than low, a toad on the path, on a path, um, is referred to as an angel. And then I think also this childlike ability to sort of just take in everything as truth, be unable to deal with the corruption. That's probably what she's referring to, is that he was not a bad person. He was just unable to deal with the world. And that, of course, does not make him a bad person. And so, um, this outside narrator calling him insufferable, um, of course, something that she cannot agree with, because he was an important part of her life, regardless of what he did and whatnot. And so, him, who we previously referred to as lower than low, is now an angel, unable to cope. Not a bad person. He was not his mistakes, like he thought he was. It's much more than that. Anyways, that ends my conclusion. I actually have a nice little card explaining what I didn't talk about before. I have two things in mind. First, my reaction to, which is essentially another, I say review, but this is essentially just a reaction, me rambling about things that don't exactly matter. But nevertheless, after this, I will discuss Kafka's um the Metamorphosis. There are quite a few in my mini memoir that I'm writing. There are a few books that I think I relate to a bit too much. And so, in that, finding truth about myself and finding truth about other things is also a little bit important to me, but also just incredibly interesting. I mean, who else could talk about this nonsense for 4.5 hours for the second time? Like last time it was literally 5 hours. That's big. But I might also publish that. Who even knows? Um, if you have suggestions as well, um, I say this like anybody's watching. Who's going to watch a 4 hour and 30-minute stream of me talking about myself, essentially? Not even like I'm talking about the book, like I'm not literally just talking about myself. But next, I think one another topic that I would like to discuss in the mini memoir that I've written is the concept of self-determination and whether or not we have free will. So of course, I've written on this lovely note card here. I should do handwriting porn. Oh my god. You see this? This looks great. Of course it's illegible, but it looks great, which is all that matters. Anyways, we have Judas, destiny, free will, the idea of I mean, in a Christian context in some ways, but also not, but also in many other ways because I think I'm a horrible Christian, but that's a topic for another day and also something I probably can regardless. Anyways. Oh dear. The idea I have existentialism, determinism, blank slate, um the idea that one's life is determined at birth, the idea how all of this relates to faith, piety, the obedience of Adam and Eve, um, all of these different things, how to live, what matters, what doesn't, and of course, one of my favorite tarot card, the Fool. I think it says quite a bit about myself, or at least who I want to be. Probably something I should actually like dig into. I like a video. I'm gonna write down my favorite tarot cards and why. I'm like doing this at the end of a stream. So let's see if anybody actually becomes interested in this in any way, shape, or form. Um, I will also do suggestions or reactions, or discuss anything that anybody wants me to talk about because I have too much time on my hands and love discussing ideas like philosophy, sociology, and literature. I might even do some literary analysis. I genuinely enjoy that, and you know how much it took me to like not do literary analysis while Zoom is. I realized it would take way too long if I ever decided to do that. Um, so I might even discuss my current investigation with astral projection. I'm quite in love with the idea that a person could astrally project. So of course I must try, and also I probably would also discuss my relationship. I don't even care about these things. I really don't even know the relationship with God and also paganism. And by paganism, I mean witchcraft. And then what do I even? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Either way, thank you. Um, if you even made it this bloody far, I'm just gonna put this on YouTube. But if you made it past all of my rambling and incoherent speaking, me talking fast, me saying things that don't make any sense at all. If you have any questions that you'd like me to answer, if you'd like to say any things you agreed with, disagreed with, with your takeaways from this were, if I like to hear it all, and I don't know, it just makes me happy that other people are interested in what I'm interested in. So, I think that's it. Let's go on YouTube. I think hopefully it'll stay up. Who knows? Anyways, bye. Um, I don't know when the next stream is gonna be. Probably during the week.